There was another young but so just to get to tap into it, it guys, but it's fine. And after maybe put it
Yeah. Well, good.
let's set up a group of visitors.
Yeah.
Really nice. So actually now. Remember, I've seen so it's like kids.
Testing 1, 2. All right, good morning, colleagues. If we could please make our way to our seats so that we can start the program. We don't need to necessarily be quiet right now, but we can start moving into the room. It was dead silent when I started making the announcement.
Never had time to unpack your drawer. Keep fighting around, that's how you get home. Mama, you made time for so and I so deep inside. Care when I start, and I have a child. Then as inside that door. Please don't let me go.
Yeah, I live on behalf of the thank you very much. Good day, everyone. Media Summit. From
There's no light to that door. Let me let me go.
Have had a lion's share of the media coverage, and we need to ask ourselves perhaps what is the reasoning behind it. Some of the things that we also saw quite significant was the funding, content stations, and sometimes the it's important to ask whether media stimulated in the I'm going to ask our executive director to the officials of the and then see outline. And we might have to speak how much conversation while being listened purposes of system where the it is my third and what are the areas going as far as the media landscape specifically connection and covering parties and payments. Dr. Are you?
For making time to come and do that this morning. It's our pleasure at DDP to convene this third annual media summit. Thank you. So as we said, this is our third annual media summit, which we convene with a very powerful and I think intention to ensure that we can create a space for us to reflect on the role of media in deepening democracy in South Africa. But before I go into that conversation here, I'd like to acknowledge our speakers who also accepted our invitation to come this morning to run this presentation later. But on behalf of the DDP team, the DDP board, and our funders, I want to say thank you for coming through and making time and accepting my invitation in your busy schedule. So thank you so much. And we give them a round of applause this morning. What we can do later this morning. And also adding on to that, as Brian has correctly indicated, we've come up through a very competitive election period, and I'm sure you have seen and witnessed the changes that are happening right now in our political landscape, and what it really means for us as citizens and civil society, and what we think should be the role of media going forward in terms of enabling citizen participation in our politics through factual information, through ethical reporting, and of course, constant engagement on different channels that they've created as media houses so that we can continue the conversation that help us understand our political discourse in the country. As DDP, we remain very committed to this process for the last 30 years since our founding. Media has played and continues to play a critical role in DDP's work in helping us reach audiences that we could not normally reach in a room like this. And we understand the limitations of meeting in a place like here because not everybody can be able to be in this place. As we're speaking now, we have people who are joining us online. We have media representation in this room from different media houses. And we acknowledge the fact that through those channels, we're able to reach out to those who have not been able to come physically in a room like this one. But that, having said that, does not limit our work in terms of the reach that we need to make sure that we reaching as many citizens as possible through the work that we do, our programming. Media plays a big role, not only just in the broader discourse of things in enabling conversations and engagements as citizens and society parties, but also helping us to reach those other segments of our population that we cannot be able to reach at any point in time. And so we acknowledge the role that they play in our work for the last 30 years, and even more importantly, in this year. We were able to convene different gatherings from the beginning of the year to the almost the last day of the election. And we were able to reach more than 80 journalists that worked with DDP consistently from the beginning of the year, worked with different media houses, help us to give up that information, on voter education, the importance of voting, and things that we have to say to make it work for making informed decisions on the day of the election. So I really want to thank those who are in this room, those who are watching online, from the different media houses who really appreciate the work of DDP and have come on board as partners with the right attitude, and that the right attitude is to partner with us to help us build our democracy, consolidate it, and defend it from any threats. And so our meeting this morning, our conversation this morning is very, very, very much focused on the role the media play in our elections. And I'm very optimistic on the conversation we're going to have in this room, given the lineup that we were able to put together for this morning. And I would like us to engage with them and engage with the content that they're going to present to us, so that we leave this room with some understanding of the role that the media will continue to play even after the elections, because the work still starts again. We have just completed one election, and in less than 2 years' time, we are going into another election. So very critical. And we need to get ourselves ready, because actually what really happens in the last day of the election is made up of what happens in between elections. You complete one, and before you know, you get into the next one. And with the conversations that have now started about the political landscape that is changing, and we are not going to go back to where we were, can I show you that? We are now going to develop this new emerging political engagement and landscape that we're going to work with towards 2026, perhaps even 2029. But there's a lot of work to be done now in between. First of all, for sustaining the consciousness that we as citizens and civil society have a role to play in making this democracy work. And even this new emergence that is coming up now, we still have a very critical role to play. And I hope that the conversation today will not only enlighten us around those issues of our participation, but the critical role that the media plays in between the elections. And of course, I'm very much aware that this landscape has also contributed significantly to how the media houses are going to position themselves. New threats are emerging. One of them is the use of the artificial intelligence. And you can start imagining what that looks like, and I will leave the experts to talk about it. But even the other threat that we witnessed during the work that we've done in the past 6 months with the media house that we work with, is the potential of media houses to be almost coerced to take particular narratives. As my colleague Brian has just mentioned, he who pays the pipe also sometimes has to dance their tune. And I hope our presenters today will also delve into that, because it's a serious threat. It continues as a trend on how funds of media houses can influence political narratives. And we as citizens, on the other hand, we are consuming information with a particular angle that has been presented to us. And that's a threshold of what we think the role of media going forward will look. And so On behalf of the DDP team that has worked very hard in the last 6 to 8 months to make this work, because preparations of this kind of things take quite time in the midst of other things that we've done. I really want to thank our team, and I would like to give them a round of applause for working so hard to make this. Should we go ahead and give them a round of applause? For doing this together, but also importantly, as I take my seat, to encourage you to engage, even amongst yourselves, and enjoy our hospitality. Thank you very much.
Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2. I don't want to go back. No, testing 1 2. Testing 1 2. Thank you very much, Dr. Kariuki. So I wanted to test the mic. Dr. Kariuki was sabotaged by the media as part of your presentation. I do apologize for that. And we apologize to our online audience as well as our radio partners in the FM. We're hosting this gathering in partnership with the FM, who are broadcasting parts of this gathering live on their platform. Some of you would know they are a leading community radio station, competing with even the commercial radio stations in the province. And so we appreciate and encouraging the continued partnership that we have with them. So the program today will be in 3 segments. Those 3 segments will be an opening sort of keynote address by Prof. Anton Harbour, and then we'll have 2 sessions, both of which were meant to be panel discussions, but we'll see how that goes. I think we have representation for the first session, and then we also have a representative present in the second session, which will be part of the panel discussion. But I think the second session is no longer a panel discussion, it's just DCIF on their own, but we are looking forward to how it is that they will handle communications from a government perspective. We know that we have a president, but we also recognize that we don't have for instance, the cabinet and the appropriate political employees. But in the absence of those individuals, government's work needs to continue to happen. So administrators are very important as well, just in general about informing citizens about the role that they ought to be playing, as well as the role that institutions such as the IEC continue to play in the absence of party. So regardless of who's in political leadership, the work of government continues. And so it's important to hear also from GCIF in terms of what role they saw for themselves and for the rest of us. We are very lucky as well to have commissioners in the room of various institutions, and we have, of course, our own communications people, including Aisha, and also some there who are leading this process from convening the media summit side. So we'd like to welcome first Prof. Anton Harbour in engaging us about the role of media in deepening democracy in South Africa, a reflection from the national provincial elections 2024. Before Prof. Anton Harbour comes up, I just want to get a sense of how you're feeling about the coverage. Just maybe some introductory remarks, some things that you picked up from the media that you observed. What were some of the things that were concerning or interesting to you to pick up going to the elections, and of course the coverage during the elections and post the elections? Let me get a sense of the room, a bit of a reading of the room. Some of you would recognize that when we talk about the types of media that is involved, some of us think about quite clearly in terms of the ideologies that specific media houses purport. We think about the US, for instance, with CNN being a very clearly democratic and sort of left-leaning media house. Whereas you have Fox News, who is very conservative, right-leaning media house. They seem to tell very distinctly different narratives, but all of them tout objectivity, for instance, in the way in which they report. In the UK, you have your Sky News, which is right-leaning, very conservative, and it seems as though, and it's interesting from the BBC's perspective, because they also are state-funded media house in some respect. So it's important to try and think about what that objectivity means in that context. In this country, we have had a history where it seemed as though we were moving towards that phase as well. I'm giving the sound guys an opportunity to sort that out so that, so don't think I'm rambling for any. I'm not rambling at all. So we had AN7, which emerged out of the sort of 2014, so about 2018, and they led the charge in convening breakfasts on behalf of government. But it was interesting because they seem to have been the only ones who got that tender through the new age breakfasts, and so they were presenting a specific narrative as well. But they got quickly shut down after the emergence of the potential relationship that existed between the former president and that administration, and ultimately what impact the type of news that they carried on the stage had on the idea of objectivity. What has been your reading of our current news landscape as it relates to the elections that we had and are going to be having in future? Any hands? Are these mics good now? Cool.
As someone who's had a lot of really was in the past, the past about I didn't start publishing the COVID. I mean, one thing about having, I mean, maybe you explain the media and other countries, and of course, I disagree with your analysis of the AN7 situation, because I don't think it matters much. They had a relationship with government, they had a relationship with business. What mattered was political building.
Yeah.
And in South Africa, there is this idea of one single political building. And the leader claims to be objective, claims to be critical, but it has long held political views that need to be reinforced. You will see how particular people are treated when they're being interviewed. So there are people who are treated as political escapes, as community leaders who must be only but those things disagree on long held views are political. How they are being, because there's a particular view that the media wants to express and they are not giving. So they are not flexibility looking at us behaving. Especially after the story of the latest LPs. And you see the interviews that have been done. And you see how they've been done. And you see interviews before you see that the media is no longer political view. Well, that political view is correct or but it's there. And anyone who comes across as opposed must be exposed as someone who doesn't pay, as someone who's swimming. And that's one of the best things that we should do. The other thing is, I mean, the analysis that we've done, some of us, the past smart, are also party-centric, right? They are party-centric, they are ruling party-centric. So we are unable to do the one range of the political events and we must analyze the basis of the ruling parties and anyone who opposes. We can't have a very open view, and that's the point. The last thing is that, I mean, I don't want to keep this media of not being theoretical. But you will see that some of us who do this media well, in the media they seem to be very limited theoretical question, right? So for example, we are speaking about the we're not speaking state information.
Yeah.
That's state image. I mean, critical media, especially media, must be engaged in that type of work. But cannot,
yeah,
right? Engage engage without the corruption. We're not engaged whether these relations, what kind of state the result of what kind of states really us, and what is this government unity, what states may, what state have to come, and what does the state have to do, and all of those things are
Yes, it's a sort of the media also something that participating of society. And then society doesn't want to speak real issues.
Yeah.
They want to speak photos because the media makes them.
Yeah. All right. Thank you very much, brother. A round of applause for Sobani Zegala for his reflections. Anyone else with a perspective? I think I definitely agree that there doesn't seem to be enough time created. You know, we GCIS seems to be doing good work, but also government, political party, comms people do good work. And I'm saying this with a bit of an asterisk next to it. I say good work because it seems easy for the media to adopt the languaging of government communications, but also languaging of political parties, even when that languaging is misleading and untrue. In the instance of government national unity, for instance, we seem to have comfortably adopted this term without the theoretical understanding what actually GNU ought to be meaning or does actually mean in the real world. But it seems we're going to run with it for the next 5 years, and then in 2029, we're going to be like, oh wow, it actually wasn't the government of national unity, and we're going to be all be shocked. Yeah, okay.
Thank you. I think this time around this election, we really saw the social media. I think social media was more powerful than mainstream media. And we got to realize with one of the social media content creators, Danny Hall, was actually given a slot on the KCA to do his own show. I think the social media plays a role of just more real and raw. And the people the people paying attention to the media, people on social media, the real facts, the real news, more than control media. I think a lot of people in this country feel that your mainstream media control somewhat biased to certain political parties such as the ANC and the PA. It's always to criticize them, but never to judge their actual policy. I don't think I'm watching to discuss the ANC foreign policy. I think most of the work that I did I got to know through social media and the social media so we see a lot of media taken to social media, which is very important to encourage more young people. And this is about more young people in terms of what we're thinking.
Thank you very much. You know, the challenges with relying on one medium only, or particularly relying on social media, is that the truth has become contested in our politics generally, and so it's important to think about what impact type of information we get and the sources of that information in terms of its ability to be verified. Any one last person, preferably female. Or presenting as female, let me not make it prejudgment. Anyone else with any reflections? All right, let me call Prof. Anthony Harbour for his opportunity. Prof. Anthony Harbour is the Caxton Professor of Journalism. He's an adjunct professor at the University of Witwatersrand, Johannesburg. He was a co-founder and editor of the anti-apartheid newspaper. Is this outdated? But yeah, he's essentially leading an organization called Freedom of Expression. But you correctly, Prof. I apologize for that. It was sent to me this morning. Let me blame other people. Welcome, Prof. Campaign for Free Expression. That's the he's the executive director of that organization. A round of applause for him.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Then we have to find this information all the time. And I'm no longer the Caxton Professor. This is only Anton. I do run a couple of non-profit organizations like the Campaign for Free Expression and the Henry Romano Foundation. But I am thankfully retired from the university. Great delight to be here today. See some old friends, hopefully meet some new friends to the urban hometown. Always a pleasure to be here. And to engage in, I can sense from the input already that we're in for some fascinating debate and discussion around the role the media is or should be playing, and I look forward to it. Let's start by saying that the media has got multiple roles to play in an election. And let me just outline what I see those as being, because we're going to test it against those categories. First of all, there's a need for civic and voting education. There's no question that the media is critical in getting people aware of the need to vote, the complexities of voting, and everything related to that. Second of all, and I put the second, and I think it's very important, and the media's watchdog role. It needs to keep a close watch on the IEC to make sure they do their task freely and promptly. And all the political parties and their adherence to codes of conduct and the rules of an election. It is through the media that we find out if IEC is not operating properly, or if parties are breaking rules. That's cover all parties fair, but also asking them tough questions on behalf. So it's interesting that in remarks earlier, the objective was thrown around. It's not a word I use because I don't think it's helpful in understanding the media and its role. Clearly, more journalists, more media have a point of view. The question is not what their point of view is, but whether they try and achieve some level of fairness and accuracy and truth in what they speak. So when Chris, for example, we heard CNN described as an everything Fox, right? But I would say there's another fundamental difference that we need to be aware of. I think that CNN tries to be as fact-based as possible. When I see Fox News, I see they're prepared to spread conspiracy theories about their elections, about migrancy, in quite dangerous ways. So I find it a difference that the question was asked, that an outlet or a journalist is committed as best they can with all the limits that any human individual or institution face, to be fair about establishing the truth and verifying facts, and establishing accuracy. So we talk about other voices, sometimes they don't just know voices, they know voices that might be connected to disinformation, to malinformation, to harmfully spreading untruth, and that's what needs to be really covering all parties fairly, I said. The media clearly has focused the debate, hopefully on policies rather than personalities. We heard that expressed. That there's not enough policy debate. It tends to be focused on party themselves and personalities. I would disagree with the critique that there's too much focus on things like potholes. Because I think the fundamentals are going up: water, health, electricity, roads, matter to people. And it's important that we cover them. We can't just cover a super theoretical level. That day-to-day life is very important to coverage, and we mustn't diminish that. It affects our lives, and we do very much care about it. And it's important that the media cover that as well. It's important that we reflect diversity views from the full range of subject matters. Not just usual voices, not just urban elite, not just mature men like me, and not just expert communicators, but the range of South African views and people, young, old, male, female, all kinds, all sorts, all places, all geographies, all languages. And the last important function that I think we see is increasingly important is countering disinformation. We see around the globe, attempts to feel that elections by spreading this information malignantly, harmfully, and proper journalists play a key role in building the trust that can counter this information. We all know this election is particularly tough for us all in the media for a number of reasons specific to this election. Because it was more complicated to see ballots and than we had before. And we all consumed by that, and that's one gap in specific education. Because of course of the proliferation of small parties and independent candidates, making it almost impossible to cover them all fairly and debate what fair coverage would be. We have so many parties, so many candidates. And of course new parties that sometimes get much attention, sometimes little attention, and journalists and editors have to make a decision about how important a new party is, and how much attention it deserves. Of course, this is an election in which it became clear from quite early on that the governing party was likely to lose its majority. And since the party of liberation that has been in power for a long time, this is the testing time of any democracy. And I think, as I said, the ANC this aspect of it well. The ANC accepted the graciously and calmly, and I think they must be commended for this. It could have gone another way, and it didn't. And it's notable that the democratic rules, unlike in places like the USA, where candidates don't always accept their defeat. It was accepted and gracious by most in this country in the same way. And I said really one of the tough aspects of this was growing anticipation. I also often want to disrupt this. But I think what also has to say, we all know this, but it needs to be said, that it's a particularly tough time for the news media. Our biggest news media is the SFCC, the biggest reach across the country. And we know it's struggling with financial viability and is under political pressure at all times to take sides and not be there in covering the election. We are seeing and have reports from community media, which is an essential part, a very important part of our total media ecology, struggling to survive. We've had a lot of community papers and community radio closing down, publishing is frequently struggling to stay alive. But what's different is that private and commercial media is struggling. We had an announcement just last week that all of the country's oldest and some of the most respected newspapers would be closing down their print editions and going online. It wasn't a surprise, wasn't unexpected to see it come some time, but it is significant in signaling what has happened in our industry and what in our assessment we need to take account. And there is a phenomenon affecting all of the media that was raised by the speaker. The young people are increasingly getting their news from social media. The impact of influencers was significant in this election. The impact of influencers who are paid to support a political position is significant in this election, and we need to take that important shift into account. It was said just now that our coverage is determined by those who pay for it, and of course, this is always the case. When pays when one's news, it is critical to shape what one's news. But the way we generally counted it, the way we generally dealt with that, is by promoting diversity. Having enough different voices that allow us to choose what we do, who we believe in, who we trust. So we know that the ENCA takes a certain position, we have other choices to go to, and then as consumers, to inform ourselves, make our own decisions, and have a diversity of views, not just one view. It's important to say this because it points to a deeper, more fundamental problem, which is that in this economic climate, difficulty in media is in, we have diminishing diversity in our mainstream media because we see operations trouble, which is down, views shrinking, journalists. And this is particularly true in areas like community media that helps to bring different views, different voices to and that's a reality that we have to accept. All thought 10, 15, 20 years ago, the internet allowed much greater diversity, many more voices, the democratization of the media. And sadly, we can see now that that hasn't been the case because this has become dominated by a big tech global brands that are incredibly powerful, more powerful than most governments, which have a growing massive influence on the flow of information, certainly in our country. If we look at it, just say, look back over the issues of media coverage in terms of one can give no more than some observations because the detailed analysis, for example, of what voices were heard, what diversity there was in the views we got, is yet to come out because that takes a bit of time. So we can only offer a few observations. I would give them an extra point on how they have been played the role we should. I think we really heard this generalizations talk about the media as a whole. And I think we have to be careful with it because we have a wide range of media. Some cover the election better than others. Some have different roles and positions from others. So when we make general observations, but I think it's careful to generalize about the media as a whole because it's a big group and has some combinations differently better with this than others. I will say that there was not enough education and the three-balance system was not made clear as the on. The SSBC has a particular responsibility as a public broadcaster for specific and voter education. And I don't think they met this obligation adequately. In general, the SSBC have been trying to be fairly balanced to following the rules in the system of integrations. They did make a bad blunder, I think, when they banned a Democratic Alliance advert. Many didn't like that advert, and perfectly entitled not to like it. But what we can't have is the public also, of course, deciding what you should like to see and not in an election time when they have to treat everyone equitably. And it's not their decision to make, it's the voter to decide whether they like the adverts and they like that little party and whether it fulfills them. I think it's a bad mistake and it's not harm to their reputation. And as you saw, they were very sharp on their red mind and had heavy comment from the regulator for trust and development. They also there were attempts to intimidate the editor-in-chief by threatening him with a new security clearance just before the election. I don't think this was accidental. And I don't think these incidents are SSBC's tendency to see as open and fair. I think there were particular problems in covering opinion polls. As I found many journalists do not know how to analyze political opinion polls. You can't just say this opinion poll says ANC is going to get 42%. You need to sample, you need to do favorites, you need to questions asked. That's the nature of critical journalism, that you inform the reader on the validity or lack of validity of those opinion polls. Because clearly some of them are better and more accurate and more believable and more trustworthy than others. And it's should be the journalist's job to help you see and understand that. One publication even ran an opinion poll without saying who did the poll or who paid for it, hiding the fact that it appears that one political party had magician their way. So it was hard to see it as fair and objective. And I think that's clearly inappropriate. And that is something we need to be thinking about to address. Opinion polls have an enormous influence on how those behave and think, and therefore one has to cover them carefully, properly, accurately, etc. I do think, as is almost always the case in this country, we have a preponderance of some voices, some kind of voices over others. I'm not sure we had it as a diverse range of units as uniting on media. As I say, the careful analysis will come, and there will be more nuances that I'm talking about, because clearly some people do better than others. But you know, in general, I would say, not enough women's voices, not enough young people's voices, youth voices, not enough non-urban voices. There was some who made attempts to find and reflect this kind of diversity, but that can be hard and expensive to do, and one must understand because our news will constrain the by financial difficulties and less capacity to do that, which is very, very worrying issue. Those attempts are spotty and occasional. The truth is, and we have to think about this, that we are a growing young society, and the media in general continues to reflect, and sometimes we also and that's an ongoing problem that needs to be part of analysis. As a whole, we must break it up. The mainstream media is not a business, and it no longer sets the agenda the way it did in the past. The big change that we need to think about the relations today is how size of the big tech platforms, the global platforms such as Facebook, Google, YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, WhatsApp, things in today in the community, associated. They are scooping up all advertising. They are scooping up the news generated by the local media and not paying for it. They are making good profits in the country, and they don't pay any tax. These big tech platforms, WhatsApp, Facebook, were the main carriers of disinformation and disruption in the election. They all said they took measures to prevent it. And we in my organization, tried to hard to hold them to account for it. And we asked questions of them. We have given access to information requests to them. We've taken them to the information regulator now to answer those questions about exactly what they did, what disinformation they found, what measures they took, how many people they had working on it, what languages they wrote. Because we know a lot of this information happens in languages other than English. In order to make it harder for the platforms to search. So it's very important to do with social school. And as I said, it's made it's also hate speech, harassment of journalists and politicians, because all the nasty stuff that comes to social media. If you're not looking at English, then you're in danger of missing a great deal of it. And we don't know what languages these platforms monitor in. Very hard to hold them to account. They are secretive about what steps they've taken to prevent online disinformation, hate speech, and election disruption. So they say, trust us. We do what we can. Our view is you can't trust them. They've shown themselves to be untrustworthy. And this is something we need to address. We need to hold them accountable for their role in our elections, in our news systems, and our information systems. This is, I think, now is growing and a critical issue in our media. Are we ready to deal with these big platforms and make them take responsibility for their content and be accountable for it that they conduct? Will they tell us what steps they are taking to stop disinformation and disruption? And will put us on that. There is a global movement to take on these issues and ask these questions and force them to a level of accountability. Europe, Australia, Indonesia, others taking the lead in this. And we as a country need to decide whether we are winning them. The reality is the big tech platforms are undermining our local news market and distorting it by financially and fine implications. And this is on our election. If local news is if local news is shrinking and deteriorating, our local news structures, news from journalists are shrinking. Our democracy and our economy are in trouble. Without a rich, strong, active, diverse local news operation, we can't operate successfully in our economy and in our business. It's an essential tool, it's an essential part of these processes, and I'm terribly concerned that we see the shrinkage of our local news industry because of the impact of the big tech platforms. Are we ready to take these local news on, make them accountable for their content and their behavior? I think that in general, we need to make society and government realize that they use not just another commodity, like daily needs or local costs or something like that. It should be treated as a social and economic necessity. Social necessity like water and electricity and good roads. And we need as a society not to say that this is the problem of news industry, but to see it as a national, social, political, economic problem for us in our country. And we need to find new ways, imagine and create new ways to save our local media industry and not let it continue to deteriorate and harm democracy and economy. We don't want to be in a position in the next elections where our local news media is so weak that all of these functions are weak. Play by the various ways that we have in the media that's fundamentally unable to serve the people with the political and social. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. If you could grab a seat there, Prof. Just a front there, sorry. Another round of applause for Prof. Harbour. If there are any direct questions to Prof in reflection for his presentation, I'd appreciate that very much if you raise your hand, and I'd be able to then direct my questions to you. Yes, yes. And maybe two more hands as a direct reflection from Prof's presentation. All right, thank you very much. Yes, sir.
However, thank you very much for the presentation. I'm Yasin Parwas, I Tata to the party. I quite enjoyed what you said, Prof, on limiting and possibly looking at certain platforms that are limiting our growth locally for journalists, etc. However, with the closure of publications, that is quite alarming when we no longer have created media for individuals who require created. It's much better that way. So to ensure that you don't have fake news and that you do not have a disinformation with identity. The only other issue that I find, from how do we, as a country, without limiting media's freedom, how do we regulate that every person that becomes a media British or call themselves a journalist subscribe to the same movement values that of which it is it is more important or threats of the or the information regulators, which have become in real terms with the systemization. And we are not, every, can you say Tom, Dick, and Harry has become a podcast or a media breakfast or starting online radio in my bedroom. And I'm spreading information and I speak with authorities, confidence, and certain things that I have no idea what's happening, and I don't subscribe to this values that are online. You know, what it is to take account and that can be held. How do we hold those individuals accountable? Because it's not only about platforms, essentially the social media platforms, I don't think it's bad, I think it's necessary. It is opening up a space for young people that are, that you know, 10 years ago we didn't have. And it's helped with innovation. But how do you control this? Because you cannot then space a budget onto the media, because that's the media, right? I can't make change the lines. Because how would you have a change system? How would they hold accountable parliament when that already would defeat on their in the country? So is there a system? How do we deal with this? And whatever we do. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Carter. We're happy to have you here.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sile. I'm a independent freelancer. My question is almost similar to Sandra just asked. In terms of social media influencers and the fact youngsters are now taking all sorts of information from the internet and they're regarding it as newsworthy. I mean, I think number one, you can't really blame the youngsters, also known as the 2000, because at the end of the day, they were born in a world that's digital. They were born in an era whereby we are no longer going to manage newspapers and print or tangible media outlets, right? They were born in an era where everything was online, they didn't even think outside, they didn't out. You know what I mean? So we can't, I don't know, I get that point, and I kind of agree with, but I'm asking how do they reach that gap from the generation that are born into the digital world, and how do we now say they stop taking information from social media or online, seriously, or considering everything as university, where they were born into the area. And then social media followers, I mean, social media influencers, they do not hire themselves for the better word. It is the media houses that get people to pay to go and say things out on the internet, which parties to go for, which follow or believe, and so why do we have media houses who then thing and then come back to like, oh no, youngsters are following everything from social media and with my we are the ones who put the social media influencers in that space of the game, you know, because they are journalists who are also influencers. Why not use those journalists, credible sources with credible dealing for qualifications? Why are they taking random as you were talking and making them the stars of the media and putting out there? So essentially my question is, with the digital world being faster and more convenient, we think applications that we down with everything online. How do we then separate how should youngsters separate from news that you're using as good and how do they know that this is fake news, this is real, this is what I'm following, this is actually disregard, because are we even training them with how they should spot if you guys are fake or if you do or sometimes relevant? It's really are we training them on how to spot what's going or we actually expecting the youngsters sort of do that by themselves, basically, as people know this, because they did not know that, I think people like me, but how the youngsters know that this is the page I should have put in because we use, or this is the page that I can express with everything of like, it's not a way like that.
Thank you very much. Any other comment, question? It's interesting. One of the things you mentioned earlier around sort of demystifying the idea of liquidity, you're talking about consuming media in its diversity is one of the important things that you have the ability to gauge. And interestingly, with the online community, credibility is not the primary driver for media campaigns or people. It's all about popularity and how the content is delivered. Even when it's credible, the way in which the content is delivered drives people towards that platform. It will be interesting to see what are the drivers of engagement with mainstream media in the absence of credibility.
Good morning, everybody. My question is, we've written for electronic media. How influential has the media been on the election of 2022? Did the media in actual fact play a significant role in the way we engage
Thank you very much. I think we'll stop there. Thank you very much for your contributions and questions. Prof, over to you. Any reflections on that?
The appeals is just I'm calling Prof. My name is Anton. Okay. And the first question was about how do we regulate these many voices? Because though I think the internet isn't what we expected it to in terms of democratizing the media space, we do have to remind ourselves that it brings enormous value. It's fantastic that you and everyone and me can just go online, go on Twitter, go and express ourselves and put out a point of view. And there's something wonderful about that. That breaks down the traditional way of media, the gatekeepers of opinion. It hasn't played out the way we hoped, but the internet is clearly a fantastic path, particularly for journalists. And although I'm grappling with the complex issues, we need to be reminded of that. The issue of how we manage, regulate, control the internet, because we're learning all the time how dangerous it can be, how dangerous Instagram is or can be for young people, for example, and their mental health, how dangerous disinformation can be in disrupting our society and our connections. The first choice for me would be self-regulation. The first choice would be to get the platforms to regulate themselves. Now, a critical factor is that, when I publish a newspaper or broadcast for a radio station, I have to take responsibility for the content. It can be held responsible by the law or the public. In many ways, I'm as responsible for what I do, and therefore I have to be careful. The problem with the internet is that these big platforms are not responsible for their content. They are not, because of something called Section 230, which said that the internet is not like a telephone and that is not media. And telephones don't take responsibility for what you say on the telephone. But media does take responsibility. And I think that's a problem, because I think increasingly these platforms are media rather than just platforms. And there's a need to make them take responsibility. Now, they have to some extent started to self-regulate and take responsibility. They are taking measures. There's a system at the beginning. But political and social pressure got them to take some responsibility. particularly after the American elections, in which it was felt that foreign powers had used Facebook in particular to distort the American elections and the outcome of the 2016 elections and the British Brexit votes. But our view is that it's not enough. They do only what they're forced and pressurized to do. A key factor is making them take responsibility. That's difficult and that's complicated. To give you an idea of the complications, in South Africa, when we put questions to them about their what they think about the elections, they said our headquarters are in another country, all their data is in another country, and therefore South African laws don't apply to them. We can't get access to information right to those issues. So these issues are tough jurisdiction. But I think that's the root. You have to say, you've got to take responsibility. On the day that happens, it changes. Because they're going to get into trouble for spreading hate speech, for example. They will take serious steps to stop it, not just the minimum steps they now. You're right, we can't blame young people for being entirely digital. That's the way of the world. I might prefer them to behave in other ways, but young people are young people. That's the culture they're born into, that's how it's going to be. We have to adapt how we do news and journalism and how we manage our information system on that reality. I think there's a number of things we can do, and I think you pointed to one of them, media literacy. We need to be teaching in our schools and our universities and our factories and our workplaces media literacy, how to understand the media, its role, how it's done, what to be wary of, how to read critically, how to tell disinformation from real information, how to be hygienic about media consumption. No question, we need that. It's not a solution on its own, but it would help. We need to strengthen ethical professional journalism, because the counter is to have institutions and voices and individual journalists that we know and trust and can believe. It doesn't mean they won't make mistakes, but it means we can trust them to fix mistakes when they make them, as opposed to those who deliberately spreading misinformation. So strength of our legitimate professional using speed is critical to that. So these are all things that we are grappling with. We may eventually need to regulate, but I always prefer self-regulation of the media to regulation, because you have to be careful of giving governments and politicians too much power over our media and our opinions and what we do. Yeah. The last bit of how we realize is the media is swinging the election pendulum. That's always a hard thing to assess. But I did say, and I think it's true, that the mainstream media is not as powerful and influential as it was. The exception is probably the SABC, because it still has the widest future war, whereas something like the Sunday Times or the Daily Sun has much less reach these days and much less capacity to say it here. So we're in a changing position where the mainstream has less influence, still has none, to crave political information and debate. But the power of the internet is just there and it's growing. And a lot of it is growing out gatekeepers on the news. So I'm sorry I can't give you a clear answer on that, because it's difficult and it's complex, and I believe we're in a transition stage. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. I'm sorry. Anton Harbour is going to discipline me similarly to how formerly Judge President of the Western Cape High Court was able to discipline certain members of the media earlier this week about how to address him. Thank you very much for your presentation. A round of applause for Mr. Anton Harbour as he makes his way to his seat. And now I'm going to call upon Ms. Yanga Madodana, who is the project manager for ESI Press, based at the University of Pretoria, who's going to be chairing the next session. Just maybe as an interesting parting shot, part of what I hope that we can be able to talk about as it relates to media is the urban bias, the lens through which most mainstream media, if you look at prime time slot, your 6, 7 p.m. in the evening, your afternoon drives, your morning shows, they seem to talk broadly about the 5 or 4 major cities in this country without necessarily engaging with the context that the majority of our population lives under. Yes, we have an urban density issue as it relates to where people live and reside and work, but the stories from rural areas in particular don't make it onto the mainstream media with the intensity and the analysis that it requires. And ultimately, it means that we have our sort of a blind spot as it relates to a large part of this country. And the people and the stories and sort of the humanity of those who live in those spaces is lost upon us. And so I hope that we'll be able to discourse about that as well over the course of the day. I think some of that could help us understand where the dynamics are as it relates specifically also to the result of this election. And so, Ms. Yanga, welcome. A round of applause for Yanga, please. Yes, let me just. Sure.
A very good morning, everybody. Already, I hope you're all doing well. I do not like Durban weather, so I'm very much suffering at the moment. Every time I come here, I sweat like I just came out of gym. But I'm here for enough hours to feel a little bit more calm. It's always lovely being here. Feel like for some reason Durban I'm so happy because the weather is so good. But every time I'm here, I can't wait to get back and enjoy the cold and very excited how to dress this up. So my session is actually going to be super fun because I don't have to do much because of how I'll speak. But we're going to go into the idea of whether or not media has been bullied. But whether or not media has been bullied during this election season and perhaps many times past that, not on the election season. And also how to navigate thinking about the previous conversation, this man of disinformation and disinformation. And even importantly, how to distinguish between the two and perhaps how media has played a role in doing that. I am not going to speak about those because of the mistakes that were done in the previous session. I am going to let the speakers introduce themselves because I do not want to get anything wrong. But first speaker is Natasha from DDP. Has his presentation. Just clear your presentation first, and then me, your journalists, come up stage, and we are going to have a very fun chat with a very fun question, I think, question about this topic of bullying and psychological. So over to you. Don't forget to introduce yourself because I have those. That's your number one role to do right here. So give it up for Natasha, everybody.
I think values will be the keyword for today. I am from Media Monitoring Africa. My name is Natasha and I am the head of communication there. And I think just because of the topic that we're about to discuss, my bio will be there. So don't know where I'm from, and then you know my position there. That's amazing. So just to give a bit of a quick background about media monitoring in Africa, we have been operating since 1993. And this was on the basis that our media was moving into, away from, the apartheid system in terms of media freedom into a democratic era. And we wanted to see how SABC fair when it comes to reporting on our new democratic elections at that point. We have been monitoring media coverage since 1993, so meaning we monitored every single election that we held since then, and we also monitored in terms of other different societal issues. However, we can all agree, obviously, with the new digital era, there was a new form of information dissemination. So that has also been an area that we've been coming into in terms of civic tools and navigating that landscape of information. Okay, I'm going to spend 2 seconds here because I believe Anton has done an amazing job on really building the context in which we're operating. But I want to highlight a few elements that we really need to be kind of aware of when we're saying, misinformation and, the different issues that we're dealing with in the media landscape. So second, first of all, I think it was highlighted that we're dealing with an explosion of information, right? Making it very difficult for somebody, especially if we're talking about people who are in the rural area, or even the young ones, to be able to disseminate what is credible information and what is not. So going back to understanding that as we're sitting in South Africa, never mind as an African continent, we are dealing with a digital divide. So people don't have access to information the same way if we're talking technology. People don't have the same access, to digital literacy and media literacy the same way that others do in different parts of the country. So that is critical in understanding how people actually end up consuming information. But not forgetting to actually highlight the offline interactions as well. And I was speaking about the online context heavily, but reality is we all meet up in different informal settings and share information about via word of mouth. And I think this is where some of the narratives around disinformation come from. Second to this, the public is very overwhelmed. I think COVID was a perfect example of this. How confusion, fear, anxiety, and all can really go into the way that we perceive news and interpret it. Lastly, and I think this is quite key and critical to highlight, I think I told it already, we've got a huge issue of declining journalists in the space. And this is worrisome because I've been in a number of settings, with SNF as an organization, really stating that, we were at 15,000 journalists, to be corrected, 10 years ago, and currently sitting were just over 5,000. So clearly that indicates and shows how, the landscape on its own is really changing in terms of the capacity that's also behind it, never mind the sustainability issue. So this is just a quick one. I like using that image in particular because it's always the question of is it real, is it not, was he really being chased by police, etc. For the realization of the impact of digital media. From a global context to a local context, these are two different experiences. As much as we're all organic with this thing, and I think Anton mentioned that I want self-regulation. But I'm going to focus today on the online harms that we experienced during the elections, and just give a bit of an intro to that as well. Second to that, the issue around attacks on journalists, and yes, they were there and they were widespread. I'm not going to go into that, I'll just skip it. I want to pause here for a reason. And I know some of you might even know the definitions at the back of your head. But because in different settings, we always use fake news to deal with disinformation. And I think we really need to understand the difference in what we're dealing with. I myself, even as an organization, don't like using the term fake news because it's a term that has been used by those in power to deflect accountability. Right. And to even state that the news can be fake, yes, they're not perfect and they can get it wrong, but they are the literal foundation of what specifically comes to information. So what we're dealing with here is disinformation. So this is deliberate content information that is created to cause harm. And in an election context, that harm can come in different forms. How it thrives and how it spreads is through misinformation. So this is me sharing without the intent and without the knowledge that this was deliberately created to cause harm. So this is where you start seeing, platforms such as WhatsApp coming to play because this is a, direct message tool, end-to-end encrypted. It's your own personal space and it's people that you trust. when we also start seeing a lot of harassment, hate speech elements coming into play, it's malinformation. We don't speak about it. And this is actually true information, but it's wrong. So the spread of somebody's personal information online, to cause attacks on them online and offline, is where we start seeing the usage of malinformation. I thought I should just spend 2 seconds helping to kind of the definition out so that we can start unpacking the different examples. This is just a quick explainer on how does it work, how are these narratives created, and I think it also helps you to understand why is it that they easily drive the way they do. Reality is we're living in a very vulnerable environment. Never mind our socio-economic issues and challenges, but second to that, we all know the different electoral changes, the different innovation that came on during the election. It was also overwhelming, creating the perfect space and gap and emotional setting for these narratives to actually happen. And I also want to enforce care. Each and every one of us is operating within an echo chamber, right? And an echo chamber which is bouncing back information, narratives, and content that you actually like interacting with. So you are actually engaging with different social media profiles or platforms that suggest content for you, right? And understanding that these echo chambers also have their own influential individuals. Every time we speak about influencers, we always speak about it from the context of this should be somebody with a large following on social media. But we never actually even focus on the nano and the ones in the middle. So these are people with 5 to 10K followers. We actually also do have some form of influence within their echo chamber. Because this is information that I interact with every day on my feed, that I trust. I see keywords that I resonate with. So clearly this is information that I can interact with. And I think helping to kind of understand the landscape of how we in pockets within our own digital spaces is also quite key, because it goes back to understanding that we're all living in a digital citizenship world when we're online. And I think that's where, the responsibility that answers back to us ourselves comes into play when it comes to ensuring that the information that we share is critical. I think to run through this, we also spoke about the lack of strong digital media literacy skills, and also second to that, the important role that media plays in terms of disseminating critical information. I think these elections was one of the elections where we really started seeing the role of social media itself coming to play. And media having to position itself as the kind of the mechanism that places credible information against these narratives. And I'll touch on a few of the narratives also some of the solutions that we've incorporated that we focused on during pre-elections, during elections, and post-elections. Is looking at how to ensure that we all have amazing organizations that are doing amazing work around, media credibility, contacts and online marks and so forth. The issue was that we're all working in steps, and we're all actually only having an impact story within our little echo chambers. And the reality is that we're all serving the same purpose, which is to protect our democracy. So how do we bring all those organizations together to ensure that, number one, we're bringing our resources to one table, but we're sharing our information as well at the same time. So we formed what we call a disinformation working group for the 2024 elections that had different organizations such as Africa Check, DDP Lab, that has to do with a lot of behavioral analysis, SANIF, media needs to be there as well, RRC bringing in the legal element, to name a few. But the first part of what that I want to focus on is in 2021. We were able, which is the first, and it's not necessarily the big solution, but it's a first step to actually getting to where we need to be. Is we were able to bring all the social media platforms to the table to say that, number one, this disinformation during the elections is a big threat of democracy. Second to that, a narrative that thrives even more than 15 minutes on social media has done its job, has done its harm. How do we ensure that we're taking down these narratives swiftly? And how do we ensure that these takedown processes are actually given the attention that they are needed? So we formed what we call a framework of cooperation with the different social media platforms, inclusive of Google, Meta, TikTok, and X at that time. However, for the 2024 framework of cooperation, we still have the same platforms, except for X. And this is obviously because due to the ownership changes and the different drastic changes that X has gone through for the past few years, there is no African policy team that we can directly communicate to that they did in previous times. As I said, this is the first step of me. There's a lot of issues that need to be, I think, dismantled, and I think Anton also touched on a few responsibilities that they need to also our accountability by that they need to take up. Local innovation was one of the things that is also going to issue. So how do we use the rates of technology to actually start assisting us to combat the issues that we're looking at, or to even start analyzing the issues that we're looking at. A lot of people, when they hear AI, it's either they run away in the room or hide themselves on the table, or they also see the opportunity that it actually presents as well. So these are some of the civic tech tools that we actually created, and I'll touch on a few of those based on my findings as well that we've had during elections. Third to that is the monitoring analysis and producing of live data. So during the election period, we actually have live right now on our website. A dashboard that actually shows you how media is varying when it comes to media coverage. So looking at topics, looking at whose voices are loudest, looking at which political parties were giving the most impact. This was also to kind of give media a chance to start reflecting on their performance as we're electing to perform. And last but not least, this campaigning, understanding that we need to move away from individual campaigning, but cross campaigning. And really building that ownership when it comes to content. We are seeing that we do an amazing graphic, an amazing video that people will consume it the way that we envision. But at the end of the day, they don't find meaning. But this goes back to we need to start promoting constitutionalism. Why should I care about this thing called democracy? Why should I care on the mandate of media? Why should I try to understand that when I see a journalist being attacked online, that I also have a responsibility to not be part of that attack? To be bringing back the citizen back to the forefront, to the center of all the efforts that we're doing. So this is the tool context. I'm not going to focus on it because I was given maybe to speak on misinformation, but because we're speaking about how media has been varying and looking at the live data and analysis. So this is the tool that we use when it comes to media monitoring in conjunction with human media monitors who actually go through and sift through the data that is being collected and collected. Currently, we've got over 3 million curated stories within data, and our live dashboard looks like this if you go to our website. So you can see, you can select which media house you're interested in. You can select the go through in terms of political parties, voices, etc. In terms of coverage. So this is part of our interim report. We are going to release a final report towards the end of July. So just some of the findings that we found midway to us having our report. And I think it was happened that interestingly enough, even with the complexity of these elections, that voter education and registration was actually one of the least areas of focus when it came to that. And looking at, which is the general where we've been seeing over the years, political party campaigning, politics around that, the manifestos, and even service delivery being the focus and looking at how we building out, how we engage in their policies and constitution. One of the, I think all of us at remember to visit the assessment of findings. It was always sad because this has never really been part of the things. It's always been women's voices less at 20%, and having male voices at 84%. And knowing very well that there are, experts, female experts, academics, political leaders themselves, young women in this space as well, and really trying to push the momentum of we need to start leveling the play. We need to start having diverse voices and representation to this space. So as I said, my focus today will be around the fourth one, which was a platform that was initiated or rather launched in 2019 in partnership with the IC. In 2018, what we started realizing that number one, we a huge rise of misinformation within the space. However, there was no local solution. The issue of language, if I come across a narrative in how do I navigate the reporting system of that? Also looking at different, platforms have different media guidelines and have different definitions for the different norms as well, away from our constitution and what our human rights basis says. So those platforms hold around that in the sense that number one, citizens themselves, it's a public platform that citizens themselves can actually upload and submit things around any of the online forms. Harassment, hate speech, incitement, and misinformation, whatever our focus would be misinformation. The behind the scenes of this is that number one, it goes through a review system which has 3 experts, a media, tech, and core. Then it goes through a secretariat. However, during IC and during elections, rather, it has a different system whereby it does go to the IC for comment. And then after, it's either a takedown notice from obviously liaise with the different social media platforms, or if it's issuing of an alert, or even a monthly found that it wasn't misinformation after investigation. As I said, this year it was really powerful because behind the system, we had different organizations who have different elements of fact checking and analysis, and even having leaders themselves coming into the space. The platform itself looks like this. It's not only a reporting mechanism, but as well it is a media and digital literacy platform. So it has modules and different areas where people can actually go in to test themselves in terms of spotting real dodgy news, and as well as the transparency factor of being able to actually engage with the different complaints that have been submitted. You don't see the detail of who submitted the complaints, but that's only a backing system for them to know the outcome of the complaint. What you see in the forefront is the different complaints, the different trends, the different keywords, the different hashtags that have been used to push certain narratives. And then, as I said, well, the whole looks like this, and next to each, there's a criteria as to assist an individual to kind of place where the content might find them. Where they saw this is quite important, because I think we can all agree that different platforms pose different challenges when it comes to combating and mitigating this information. And importantly as well, what language was it in, and then also this would then be translated. We received huge impacts of complaints during the election week, particularly for Monday. That's when we're starting to deal with a lot of narratives, and I will go through. I think there is a word map that I've also included here. Mainly being number one, really attacking the integrity of the ICC and their capability of producing a free and fair election, looking at the logistics as well. And what we started seeing as well was the fine line of fact versus opinion. And this is the issue that we deal with also when we're online, as was mentioned earlier. So social media is a great platform for us to exercise our right to freedom of expression. But once somebody starts fine-tuning that line of producing producing disinformation as a fact and kind of mask it over as an opinion, that's where we started seeing a lot of these narratives. Some of the narratives or content graphics that we also started seeing was individuals creating or producing rather results. We saw this a lot on TikTok. Obviously, we're all aware that the international voting took place first. And we all know that the results were not obviously published at that point, but we started seeing a lot of videos, a lot of graphics of people stating, percentages and voting counts and so forth. And you would assume that everyone understands that there were no results published at that point. But because voter education is one of the issues, the understanding of not everything that I see should be taken at face value was also an issue. The issue of media digital literacy is also still a very big issue. That if I came across this and I did not know anything, I would assume, okay, I kind of have a sense of who's leading and who's not. And this is quite dangerous during the election period, because once the actual results do come out, the person is still stuck with these narratives that were created, obviously to disrupt opinion and perspective of views. This was I was speaking through country, but one of the things that we also started seeing from a global perspective, we see influence. This is political aspect, right? From a local perspective, I think it was the first that we were actually able to see which political parties were running ads on Twitch platforms. looking at access to information, but also looking at the transparency behind it. Because once again, the issues around algorithms, why am I seeing these ads so many times on this platform, will actually help somebody understand and navigate. For data scientists, obviously this is a different meaning because they can actually start looking into the stats behind it, the type of content as it's made as well. My focus as well will be on this, and I'm so sorry for skipping this a month. But I'm happy to engage on it. Was back then, I couldn't access a journalist, during our traditional media era, because this was all newspapers, this was all magazines, this was all TV, right? Now journalists themselves have public platforms which they engage in, and they can actually be interacted with by different public citizens. Then the problem becomes that once they start, obviously now, publishing different articles and narratives around elections. And some individuals find that they don't like the perspective or they don't like the facts that were presented, that this could present a perfect opportunity of attack. And what we know is, and this was once again an interim report, which will have a final report towards the end of June. We saw over 700 online attacks against journalists. And the worrisome thing is, and the worrisome trend is that we are only on these trends, these attacks rather, particularly towards female journalists. Right. And the scary part is, I was going to share the type of narratives that we use again, but I'd rather you go and interact with them because some people might be too sensitive. Is that they dehumanize the journalists themselves. They discredit them for the work that they do. But most importantly, they use malinformation to personally attack them as well. So it goes beyond the journalists to even their family members, their spouses, their children, where their children go to school. And that type of information being out on social media platforms, public platforms such as that, is very scary for somebody's safety. And I think you can all agree, if we were in that position, we wouldn't even feel safe, right? And I think it's important to echo that these attacks are continuous. And part of why Mars was there was number one, to create a public archive that we can actually start seeing who are the actual attackers. Second to that, just also create an archive to have actually evidence, archive when it comes to any action that needs to be taken. And to end up there, from a media perspective and understanding the role that media plays, every workshop, every panel, every roundtable, we always emphasize that where you get your critical information from should be media, whether it's in a traditional sense or a digital sense. Second to that, you would rather be last and correct and first and wrong as media. Because reality is South Africa, or not in South Africa, citizens remember your wrong. Your credibility is your new currency. And that's the reality of it as well, building that trust with citizens and society. Last to that, it's realizing that because we're dealing with different online asks, the way that we actually start reporting on issues is quite important. Events-based reporting is something that was done, I think, historically as a way of being first. Right now, we need more pictorialized reporting. Helping citizens understand the relevance of the issue, the historical nature of the issue, and how it impacts on society. And I think this is why the continuous understanding that media plays a critical role, and how we should also support media in terms of sustainability, but also the big one being how they adapt to this digital structure that we find ourselves in when it comes to information dissemination is important. One last note, I had to touch on this. One of the MMA's programs is working with children around media and digital literacy, and we actually did a study around their consumption of social media, right? And this was interesting because we started looking at how they interact and interlink rather use it entertainment, and how they actually consume it based on the influences that you the different things the lady that mentioned there. But that also poses a nice and exciting challenge to say, how do I adapt and use in such a manner that children can actually find relevance and link, their voices to as well. And leading to that as well is just to announce that, as I said, end of July, we're going to have the final reports in terms of media coverage as well. this information. And I think I'll stop there, but I can. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. for that very informative session. I just want to check the program director, how much time do I have for the session? 20 minutes. Perfect. Including Q&A. Well, that's fine. So we're going as well now, the panel discussion, we're going to go to Joe from the IEC. And like I said, I'm not going to do a bio, so when I give the mic to you, you can introduce yourself any way you like. As we go into conversation, I'm just gonna take this mic. Just based on the very comprehensive information that Charlie just mentioned. One of the things that she highlighted was the intertwined relationships that ICE has with the media. And somewhat media and ICE being a better ring of democracy in a two different ways, and yet they provide a relationship. Given this 2024 elections, and particularly the social media space, how you spread about that the results were incredible, and how that information is propagated. How do you think first public perception is viewing the relationship between media and the IEC? But also secondly, how did the IEC respond to those challenges that were spreading out?
All right, thank you very much, guys. I think maybe for us, I think it's important just to appreciate the proper context that is created by all and you know, this is a very foundation for our discussion. But also to the IIC and the Southeast Studies Forum. I think the run-up to the election, we learned quite the extensive programs that people go on with the elections. Election program will be into one of our systems. And to be and we covered in the which was not noted as then about balance. And that was supported by quite a business program that was named by speaking professor. And they covered and used communities to be quite a lot of communities to and then system to do that, what happens the same. You know, and we can see that entrance for us needs to put the access no knowledge that to change. And I have the sense that they're going to be at least having supported and used at localized stage. But also I just say that, you know, we are taking an important stage in our country, you know, the case system to process. So maybe it's a time to test ourselves and have questions, you know.
The constitution is our most important document. It is one of us lives. So the constitution allies to combine the elections. But we each right sometimes the responsibility. So the ICE is got the responsibility to deliver elections that are supposed to be elected. Right? If you look at that, we are citizens all the time. You can get issue that Joshua was talking about that I spoke about the last 6 months of elections. Individuals, what they are right, expression, so the question is what responsibility is exercise we spoke about a lot of small but the first responsibility does not lie from there. I have the right to say what I was to say. But I think it's that I must be clear that I cannot express. And then that to slip a lot to be elections some of the electoral position. So my answer is that now that the elections are done in the state, I think we must have that as a discussion. What is responsibility to chasing followers, what responsibility they have and this is studying relationship that social referred to the ICC, the social factors. But I think it's time to take a much higher, because we are always trying to use about the process. Find a solution. But how we make sure that the
Thank you so much for that. Then just go to the very existing specific challenge that you have about the gender voice that is within the space firstly, and how the back end of this is body of women gender. I find that very interesting. I found it more interesting that there's a layer of intersections of types of lives that use together. And I'm sure you want to know specific issues of different ways of they're very intense. Since we were talking about awesome hard questions, within the spectrum of democracy, we would think that there should be a balanced gender perspective when it comes to how many users receive, how many users receive. Why do you think, I think, what is this get into it? But why do you think that information is more digestible, I guess, as data shows when it comes from men than when it comes from women? What role do you think patriarchy and the use of patriarchy have played in how people want not necessarily how they're but how they wanted to have their own conversationalized.
I mean, I think you mentioned the two key things there. The labor society where it's deeply embedded in the building environment. When we present these findings, and our main aim is to have the findings also engage in as well to find out what are the issues, why is that we're still seeing the same percentage over the years, no matter which psychology we speak about. Even LGBT itself, yes, slightly different, although it looks completely different conditions. And the key things would be number one, access to these women, they don't have that access. with the approach to political parties and, you know, when they will give representatives, they will give female leaders, the female leaders will be at the end, or in some cases, it will be very, very independent. When it comes to a more societal setting, they will go to communities and they will try to seek out female voices and they will take themselves back and rather pretend they need this as because they also hear as to what they would say and how it would impact, you know, how it's actually seen by the public. And I think this is where it is, I mean, the biggest thing, initiatives with things around how to come into the space has been but second to that is to be very honest that, you know, systematic and that needs to happen when it comes to accessing those voices, because the reality is the very space that women not have access to majority, they have access to now. They are operating in the space, they're leading in the space, they are solution builders in spaces, thought leaders as well in those spaces. But how do you ensure that as a society to engage holistically and see the representation of those different decisions today? And I think this is where a lot of number one is spent, but second that working with media and seeing also how to create with business movement. Then just one last question for me before we open it up to the audience. Has to do with this very big challenge of echo chambers that I think we can really get into very so I don't think that's a presentation, but I think it's part of the tough challenges that we have to deal with in any period of source rejection or rejection period. Because a study was done just so long where someone created the TikTok page themselves. And he specifically, even though he's a black person, specifically made himself a white man and created the house as white man and liked only one video. And the video was a workout gym video. And within 15 videos, completely not necessarily engaged in anything else, he was already in the alt-right time that was speaking about the ideas of what is wrong with women's all the way down to then Trump ideology, to then deeper than that about, I guess, the child pornography world, just like that. And that happens because of algorithms and how they are keeping attention towards what algorithms or experience as a person. And we saw that in these connections. And one thing that I really did appreciate is that every single time I mentioned TikTokers on the journey experience, any mention video that popped up, immediately the launch said, for more information, please visit the ICC page. And that was a good fact check moment. But I kept thinking to myself, what if I was completely ignore that? And I continue to engage with information that to me looks terrible, to me it's entertaining, but it is in fact so dangerous to democratic principles. And what I wanted to do, how do you think we're going to navigate that space where an algorithm does not want you to engage with the alternatives and only wants to engage with what it thinks you should have? Someone creating echo chamber within an echo chamber, which is very dangerous. The reality around algorithms is each platform has their own business algorithm. They're not gonna give you that because it's their money maker. It's what keeps people coming back to their platforms, but also keeps people staying longer onto their platforms. Although over the years we started seeing, the intervention of would you like to engage more with this content? Yes or no? Would you like the suggestion or more suggestions? Because we started realizing that people felt discomfort with some of the content that they were pushing back to them. But in the context of election, it's very different. As I said, some people might not read that bottom that says go to the IIC for more information, because what I'm seeing is a huge impact, the same narratives from different profiles, from different perspectives. And in that case, I'm already building a picture on, oh, but the funny part is the content it starts with is not the content you're gonna end with. And that's how the algorithms work. They have a certain way of building a momentum to get you to interact with content that originally didn't actually individually would or not on platform to engage with. Now, in the next content, that's very different because I have went on today to understand, okay, they're saying this really in this area. What are other people saying, right? And then you keep pushing back on the same types of narratives. But backing up that as well, this is what you call one is. And not everyone understand that behind the profile it can actually be a person or no person at all. It can be just an operator level. And because now we've got AI that creates perfectly fine-tuned sophisticated profiles, the data views is not learning like this, only to find out the generated AI image. And then one of the things we're also flagging. Sorry, it's just talk about algorithms. I know I'm going a bit yeah. Was we always use, for example, the generative media such as image and the DDP and so forth that you've got the image to work with, right? But what about generative audio? It's just somebody's voice. How do you take it from that? And I'm not such as WhatsApp where there's no algorithms just forwarding. You just hear a voice that's forwarded many times. And because I received it, it was forwarded many times, clearly people are right to it might not to do. So I think that's where, as Joel mentioned, we need to take the level a bit higher when it comes to the engagement, but also finding the analysis of that each platform's algorithms operating to ensure that they always find relevance within the larger ecosystem of other platforms as well.
This is really, I think, I can sustain the I can synthesize them. I think the way we're there is that we so that the second
the background because that actually was strong that I need to work on don't worry. I'm going to open up to the audience. I'll take about 3 questions. And if we can keep them super brief, I would appreciate it. Ma'am, I recognize you. Brian,
yeah, and then the second, we can text all 3 before people, we get moved by the spirit, and then we start speaking.
Recognize you. You also have your hand up. Okay, so the people in front that want to talk today.
Okay, cool. Can I quickly just take liberties for Jovial? Do you think your internal process at IEC helps or hinders the curbing of mis and disinformation, specifically around elections? Last week, people were sort of raving online about the updating of numbers on the IEC database, but it seems to have taken you guys close to a day or 2 to correct the mathematical calculation and all of that. So the more things linger out there without sort of you correcting it as an institution, it harms the narrative around the election. So do you think the internal bureaucratic processes help or hinders your process in terms of curbing that disinformation? For the MMA, you guys will take down of content specifically, but if you find a trend of a specific account being judged for the same issue, do you drive for takedown of that account as well, or at least further investigation by that platform? And ultimately, I've seen, you know, the Gulams of the world, the Rajbansis, they are just driving specific narratives, and to what extent, where some of them have been proven to be erroneous. What's the collaboration and work that happens around specific accounts? Thank you very much. Thank you.
I didn't introduce myself. I have three things to say. One, why do we continue to speak of the media as some neutral ideological tool that is just neutral and can be influenced and hearing a particular type of thought about how to see things, how to express things? Why do we continue to because I said when we do that, but almost just saying that the media almost just reflect what is here without having a particular lens on how it sees and how it sees phenomena events, right? Two, on the issue of IDs, and I don't say, but maybe some offices don't go for public transcription. But I have a lot to say. But one of the problems I have, maybe it goes over what I there is some part where the ICC did not take charge of one narrative. That, for example, the ICC started on the 29th to the 1st has only one notice. One single number. So, for example, the House of the vote has been passed by individuals. So the ANC was 1,000 votes and the year 3,000 and then the people who election rigging and all those and other things. What did the ICC started just to wait out and change the dashboard to NLSR and doesn't mention anyone, right? When the public doesn't see, we were right to the system regulation. Suddenly, the NLSR says, no, but first of all, why was there a need for the NLSR situation? I don't think it was needed. First of all, the people cast the votes as individuals. Our votes was 100 times, count once. So the idea of going up there and saying NLSR, it also just confuses. Because the airport allows for me to be able to see how much does not contribute to the regional goals. So why go confuse me in the main screen? And then it will take charge of the narrative. And then it was open yourself up for prostitution, which is not necessary.
The third thing you last is, I mean, remember this high what I was saying. The media does put it very mad. It sets the agenda of the nation. It sets building narrative. Many of them that, but those so if we continue to see the media as taking the role that is played, the last thing that also is taking the responsibility. We speak about protection of course, as a professional, I want to protect it when I'm moving. But also, have any and now want to play neutral when they can see your bias. So if you are now going to do that, you are going to be tested on, and you must be ready because you made yourself available. The other thing, the journalists that started to what journalists. You follow the headline, you don't follow the news, you don't follow the events. This is why in your interview process, the media, you only want to ask what about the headline. No one wants to go deeper and do investigative journalism. Everyone wants the numbers because the numbers will want pay. So when we decide to say, and of course, but look at all the look at the code, all of the numbers. This is why we no one wants to do real work. And when we say you are bad, say no, but unfortunately, the media does this thing in front of us. We work with them, understand them, but unfortunately, we don't work with other teams of making sure that exercise. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think it's also the question around government spokesperson. Certain government spokespersons campaign time they want to share, but they want to stay out. They defeat government relations now and then a lot of
Thank you guys. I'm having a little bit of deja vu. Seeing me hard on this panel from IEC, similar to this and I think it's good for public education. It's necessary. I do agree with my colleague. Yeah. In the main, however, with the relationship the IEC and the others are and that we need to maintain the independence, however, those might be are afraid public system should, you know, that going beyond the mandate, I say beyond running and some obligation and specification and that goes on we have whether it's buying, so there's a machinery that operates there that people also is not to remember. When it comes to media relations, when it comes to media monitoring and apparently the situations in my opinion, I just had a little side now. The executive report. But that is a very simple way of institutionalizing what was available. Someone, you know, program that and we call the data and I'll out there and make things and whether or not they actually, you know, and my writer just say that when we have useful covering that you know it does not focus, it's very and things are back of that discussion. I just continue that from the discussion at the whole. And so there's that's where the gap we created for young startups and entrepreneurs who are having conversations about real relationships. I know my neighbor is 6 years old, and that's something that's about that and what was the community about that and what was the how the better which responded, etc. That doesn't make it 65 with the agenda, with 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 6:30, etc. there is a bit of a bias, and that also pushes people back to social media because it's so easy for me to go, yeah, I'm gonna bring me, and I'm getting all these new things that are problematic. However, what is concerning is the fact that how do we now, are we limiting people's rights to information? Firstly, through paywalls. That is the biggest problem I find, and I see it because now accessing real information, real news by credible journalists, it's not like anybody is not credible. You are, if you learn, you know, if you're going through these things, there needs to be a set, I'm going to just hammer on that, but there needs to be a set standard of what constitutes media, what is a journalist, and the ethics and laws, because nobody could just be walking around with a camera and call themselves journalists. Or a video journalist is a profession, and you are removing, we need to speak broadly about that as well, is what is media, and what constitutes media and a media house. I cannot be a freelancer here and say I represent media 24, NASBAD, Caxton Group, or whoever, or Arena Holdings, that's a media. And that has a specific agenda, that has their own management, and has their board. But the one thing that is spread is that run into it's having to subscribe to being accountable for press. So that's the issue for that. I think I'm not making it too long, but I want to like look into that and then look more because young startups are great, etc. But the only way to counter this disinformation is by trying to democratize paywalls. Firstly, like the Daily Mavericks, plastic things, but I'm using sources and an addiction to understand that all the time. I mean, it's good for us because it challenges us and we should be reading it because it's free. How now I can't access it this day, I can't access the financial mail. I can't access the story because see, you don't have 75 rand a month to read my stories. I suppose that now the newspaper, you know, I can get the newspaper second hand from somebody, you know, a day or day to have, you know, we also focus on that. So now young people just starting that. So I still do believe that it is a space. Traditional media that will, for instance, I would much rather trust a external publication that is a local publication that employs local South Africans that write local stories, then go on my Facebook and then do my local group. Because I find that they're way too much distraction there. They go and pick up a baby later and then they do what was it.
Journalism,
Yeah.
obviously expensive. Someone must pay for it.
Yeah, I think the way you guys are paying for it, it's magically answering all those questions in 5 minutes. So get it.
I think the one is that after this election, there's a review process that takes place at ICC. It's called the DDP session. So the ICC stuff, everybody is something that has been really what questions, you know. So I think that one of the things that I think to do is change some of this back to the sessions. But I can tell you about some of the issues that around the speed, around these are some things that we discussed. Speed kills. You know, a lot of people access social media because it's going to fast. But if you have done basic analysis of the necessary information, you always end up with the places because the places are not very accessible. You know? So this is a file that I was in the ICC. It's a very involved process for every And that tends to be, but like in response to and as I think this is there's we can better this. It can be by like you know, but the process there is that there are certain processes of steps that transport of the process and I think for example this is in the media legislation that we held and in the thousands of existence that the CCD section before so was he was the name of April with the exceptional results from the session. So the economy is probably it's visually accessible. But can you more understand more money, more time to experience this process? You know, but what I want to do is that a lot of stuff we can always do. You know, I think the issues that about is around maybe
yeah, also maybe we can use this while everyone's having coffee.
Oh yeah.
I'm assuming it's not fine then one okay. I think we want take down, yes, there's been pages ticketed, also accounts ticketed, pushing certain narratives, and that's their main agenda. They work with that, and usually there are outside of takedown notices, it's also the investigation of the whole page. Some have been completely blocked after the investigation, and obviously some have been open. But also more about that. Second to that, Mama, yes, you can actually also submit. We've had a few cases actually of citizens who were harassed by those in our based citizens as they were asking. So the platform is open for that. The media question is a big one. And I'm not going to spend a lot of time about 5 seconds on that. But I want to just build a scenario. If we had to say, right, and what you said is valid, because now we're dealing with what pattern am I wearing when I'm saying this sensitive or when I'm saying this to you, particularly on social media, that I can be blamed. But we cannot run away from the importance role that the media plays. And we also cannot run away from the importance of the traditional media. And this is where our national broadcast actually comes into play. If we're going to start talking about the different ways that news is perceived in our homes, because this is where you've got news coming in all languages, news coming in different forms. And even though they went digital anyway. So it's clearly stipulated, shows that as a broadcaster, from a continental perspective, we're actually one of the broadcasters that's looked upon in terms of the way we operate. But if I had to pose a question 5 years from now, building on that neutral narrative that you're speaking, and looking at the digital landscape, looking at the role of AI and what AI has been doing, looking at the new forms of news, right? And looking at how it's been going into sustainability. 5 years from now, our next election, if we have perhaps lost even more than half of the media houses that we had, if SABC was not operating functionally, if we're just stuck on a digital platform, how would news dissemination look like that? That's scary thinking about that. So every time I hear a question around the role of media, I go back to such scenarios because the reality is, if we are not number one, we're not saying media is perfect. I think Anne has mentioned that media is perfect.
We do know that there's gaps, there's room for improvement. But second to that, we cannot run away from the importance of protecting that function of our democracy because it's in.
I actually also wanted to make a comment about the tablets. And perhaps how that reflects where we are as a society today. That it might not necessarily be something that is fully on the responsibility of the tablet journalists, but also how media functions in the society demands context. Those tabloids are very business without people buying them and being entertained by them. And that has a massive reflection on where we are as a society in terms of how we view relationships with influences, with celebrities, over worrying about democratic freedoms, right? And I think a part of it has to do with the fact that news can sometimes be so depressed that gossiping is so much fun and it is such a relief. And media have identified that is effectively people would like to gossip because it's the human thing to do. So let's provide that. So there's a lot of interesting things that are happening, and I want to end at there because as a young person, I've got a very low attention span because of social media. And program director, I assume you're going to a break now?
Yes, I'm just going to make a quick announcement.
Perfect.
Yeah.
All right.
All right, thank you very much.
Done.
Thank you very much, Diana. A round of applause for her and the panel. Thank you very much. The GCIS is here and they'll be giving a presentation after tea as part of the program. But perhaps what I want to do to just, in the upcoming conversation, can we consider and think about things like Section 24A, the changes in legislation, that they weren't the primary and singular responsibility of the IEC. Ask ourselves on various levels, other government institutions who are meant to be disseminating information. When legislation changes, it's meant to be a public participation process as well. To what extent did we as citizens participate in the changes of that legislation? How come we weren't aware when a law so significant to our existence wasn't done? Where were political parties in the space of educating their own constituencies? The surprise and shock of new political parties about the signature requirement at the time at which those things were meant to be done. Is it just to drive the narrative that the IEC is problematic? Where were they in that process? And so we need to ask more accountability, not only of the IEC, but also of these other stakeholders in the electoral cycle. Tea break for 15 minutes. Let's be back and see at 22:12, and then we'll continue on. Can I ask our speakers to please join us quickly for a group photo at the front? Coffee and tea is that side. Remember, we have lunch later. It's coffee and tea. Be mindful of that. Thank you very much. Our speakers, please join us at the front quickly for group photo. Thanks.
Exactly.
So what we say is if you've got a story, you want to
Very, very interesting.
But I think it's a name of and that's when
Because housing is never going to the one road is more
All right, colleagues, can we start making our way back inside so that we can resume with the rest of the program? If you can really join our seats so that we can continue with the rest of the program.
Yeah.
Colleagues, can we rejoin the session? Cela sibuye. Kubeke nohlelo. Hello, everyone. Cela sibuyele ngaphakathi siqhubeke nohlelo. Cela niyeke ukungiziba. Cela sibuyele sihambe siqhubeke nomsebenzi wanamhlanje. Please, can we rejoin? Cela sibuyele ngale. Bawuthona kusasela ungangena lapho ungasabi. Hey, how you doing? Man, I'm good.
Good to see you.
Hey, we're gonna resume with the program. We're actually not journalists like I.
That's why I think. We got that we got the experience
All right, colleagues, we're rejoining the session. I'd like to invite to moderate this specific element or part of the program, Ms. Taisha Pillay, who is on the program.
Okay, then I guess it's not going to be Taisha Clay, it's going to be myself. I got an interesting look when I called Taisha's name. But anyways, I'd like to invite Ms. Nompilo Mkhulu, who's representing GCIS, the Government Communications and Information System, and she'll be providing to us a presentation as well as a broad discussion around maintaining ethics and objectivity during the election period. But specifically, what is the role of GCIS in helping us craft a narrative about the work of government and its institutions? Thank you very much, Ms. Nompilo Mkhulu.
Thank you so much, Ryan. So I'm from government communication here in the town. And just to give a brief background of GCIS, we are responsible basically as custodians of communication in the country. We coordinate communication for all national parliaments and somewhat government entities as well. I have a presence in almost every district in the country, and particularly in then with the exception of the district where we do have a caretaker, but we do not have somebody that is responsible for what you say. And maybe this is everyone because it's important to relate all the civic education, voter education support that we need to ICC during the election period in all our districts and in all the areas where we have the contract. When Chomil started, you mentioned something about details of democracy, and I think it's a very significant period in our country that we celebrate the years of democracy. It's also just an important time to say it's probably also 30 years of media and the freedom of media that came with the democracy that we have enjoyed. And in terms of the fundamental democratic values that sort of govern media, they're somewhat applicable to us as well as government communicators, because GCIS, the government communication, in its essence, it operates from the democratic values of openness, transparency, participation, and consultation. And what's important in consultation with the public and participation of the public in the democratic process and the discourse around issues that affect us as people in the country. And our role in terms of empowering citizens with information is sort of very relevant to the role of media. Media is our key stakeholder. If we have community media like Vinland, so right, it's okay, you don't have to I'll speak to what I prepared here. It's okay, you don't have to project the presentation. The transparency to ensure that the public is informed of the government communication programs and they have access to information and every opportunity as well. This is our key goal in government communication. And we are actually able to achieve that also working with the media. Let's say there's a key stakeholder of GCIS, and our key agent is really to work together with particularly community media to provide information to the community. I'm saying this because during the election period, we worked very well with the media. In all the districts, about the other districts that you have in the province, working with community media. We would procure community radio slots and have people from ICC that are based in the provinces, in the districts, engage about content whatever ICC is working on, particularly section 24A, the colleagues, as Mama had mentioned, there was a lot of information in that regard. So we were preparing slots, working very closely with ICC to disseminate information during this period. So when I mentioned that our roles with the media are very parallel, it's because we operate as GCIS as government communication as a whole from a developmental paradigm, which sense of civic engagement at the center of our democratic process. And that also needs media and government communication to work very closely to make sure that we realize it's the democratic responsibility that we have to include people in the democratic process, and that we stimulate the civic engagement through the information and content that we share with the public. We are obligated to provide accurate and clear information about government policies, just as the media. We also use various platforms as GCIS. In this election period, we sort of not just branch out focusing on mainstream media and community media, we also did a lot of face-to-face engagements, which I think everyone has been emphasizing something about digital media and how important the space is. But the face-to-face element of direct engagement with people, that's what we focused on. And our experience going out to the community with ICC has been that there is an information gap, and a lot was because people are not informed or not actively seeking information of what is happening with ICC and all the electoral amendments. I think in one of the northern regions, a week before elections, we had when we doing a public voter education on Section 24A. We had young people, it was mostly young people, the people that are constantly with their social platforms. Maybe it's also something we need to look at. These young people are very much accessing information on social platforms. Are they accessing information that is of substance information that they should engage with, or are they just mindless scrolling? You know, because all the people that we were engaging with, most of them had not registered to vote, and they didn't know that they had registered to vote. They were not aware of Section 24A, something that the IEC is heavily disseminating on social media platforms. So when we encourage the use of social media platforms for young people, are they really using it to advance the democratic process of this country? Or this, are you scrolling mindlessly, or you seeking information? So that's why we opted for those one-on-one and direct engagement when we were doing our dialogues together with ICC. We were doing our dialogues with even civil society, stakeholders to be honest, and engage them about Section 24A and the elections. And what we found is exactly that the experience is that the information gap is wider than we thought it is. There are different segments of society that are able to access information and use it to empower themselves and participate in the discourse of the country. But then there are citizens that are still so marginalized and left behind in the information process. You know, and that creates an even bigger gap of misinformation and disinformation because, people are not consuming information from credible platforms. I'm sure something about media bring information capability and credibility, but also us as government communicators and communication, we seek to be the information authority. If you want credible information about elections, your first off must also not just be the media, it must also be government platforms as well as the ICC. So our experience has been that, particularly with young people, there was a gap there in terms of better education. I will admit that there was, as much as we have done a lot together with the ICC, I don't think it also reached the voter apathy that young people have in this country. Even if when you go out and you engage them about voting and you share information, they were highly disinterested, they were very disengaged. Hence, if also you look at the report from IEC in province, it says something about 50,000 balance in the province. That reflects that there was an information gap that we did not utilize to say, here are very ballot papers. If you have a small ballot, this is what you do. So we ended up having over 50,000 small ballot papers in the province. And then for me, that reflects that there wasn't enough education and that we still need to, we could have done better as government communicators. We could have done better as well along with the ICC to reach the information gap that was there. And also, when engaging with the public on the ground, when we're doing our outreach programs, misinformation and disinformation that is widely been spoken about, it was very high, and people actually believed it. Even when you present actual information, credible information, people are just so much caught up on the word of mouth and information that they share with each other. There is misinformation that tends to also threaten our democracy. So that was one of our biggest challenges, that the government communication, we're trying to promote information integrity, and which is also reflected from the media colleagues as well. That we are also working against people or with people that choose to consume content from sources that are not credible rather than credible sources. One of our biggest challenges as well when we're out engaging with people during elections is the fact that the language that we were using, I will refer to section 24A again, in terms of the leaflets, the way we did not have enough content that was in any other language besides English. So when you go out disseminate the content, people will ask you, do you have it in this? Do you have it in another language that people understand? So when we try to go out to people to disseminate information and engage with people, it's also a duty for us to ensure that we use the language that people understand so that they are able to participate in the democratic process and in the discussions that we are having as a country and not be left behind because of the information. Our efforts were so high, colleagues, that we were even employing methods, platforms of loud hailing in the most remote areas of KwaZulu-Natal together with ICC. Because there's a segmentation that when we disseminate information, there's so much left behind that then when we go back, it's just so hard to also make them catch up to the new information platforms and the gaps that they already so wide. That's pretty much it from my part, but to just emphasize on our media as a key stakeholder. Because in one of our jobs, we meet with media almost on a monthly or quarterly basis. Monthly, we share content with the media. Then we are urging media colleagues to also spread to your constituents or your listeners, because when we do not work with the media, because we also understand the influence and the reach that media has. It can be much greater than we can have as government communicators. We collaborate in ensuring that people continue and the public continues to have credible information and are informed about government programs. Because if we are only engaging between ourselves as media or as government, and because our point of convergence with most people for both us media and the government communication is the people, and how often and frequently we disseminate information with the people. and engage the people in as well as get feedback from people on issues that we with the discourse that we're trying to build in the country. You know, even when we're trying to dispel issues of IEC's rigging elections, people already had a preconceived idea, and we are fighting against that because people have already so much embedded in their belief that information we were disseminating was like, oh, you just make a machinery of the IEC, rather than assuming that information that we are disseminating. So I'd like to just start. Oh, yeah. This is just the media report that we would do as GCIS on a daily basis to reflect on the media coverage in terms of elections. And we are focused in which areas of focus of the media was mostly focusing on reporting about IEC or the elections. You can see that the IEC integrity was very much high in the agenda of the media headlines, issues of special votes, election day readiness. So there was great discussion of coalitions, came up very often. So even pre the elections, there were already discussions of coalitions, preconceived ideas of the IEC and its integrity. So these are just some of the headlines where we had positive, neutral, and very negative coverage from the media. In terms, you see about farm workers not being able to exercise their votes. So there was a gap, because those are the segmentation that's often we are not able to reach as government communication, but also depending on the media to reach those people like laborers or farm workers, because they might not get the opportunity to exercise their rights and maybe get engaged in the activities and during the period. Which is wrong. Yes, there was great coverage on safety and security during the election period. Yes, there were also significant number of issues and protests that were in the Eastern Cape. But in essence, people or the media were more concerned about the safety and security because of probably the July unrest and the expectations that there will probably be some sort of instability after the elections in the country. And then there was great coverage as well about youth. On the youth vote. Because of great expectations, I suppose, because media or other sectors adapted in 1984. 2024 is around 1984. So the expectation is that young people will go out and vote. So there was high reporting on that, where the media was encouraging the youth to vote and to rewrite the narrative. And also the political parties that the young people were voting for was also high in the media agenda as well. Can you scroll to the next slide, please? The logistics, the logistics were heavy on the media agenda. I think they were also heavy on government communication agenda in terms of, even though I feel like this part of logistics sort of overshadowed the most important part of education. There was too much focus on the logistics, but we also need to balance it with the voter education, the encouraging people to go out to vote. The media of the logistics are supposed to the ICC as an organization. Great coverage of the economic impact of post-elections and how the coalitions and formation for coalitions will look like post-elections. As well as political party campaigns. There was, Brian mentioned something about the role of political parties as well in terms of educating people and being part of the process of saying, here's to the section 24A, we have 3 ballot papers now. As political parties, communication campaigns, it was also their responsibility to make sure that their constituents have that information. So I'll focus as well on the findings. Obviously on election day, the news coverage is more focused on the election day. Safety of hotspots, particularly in the Eastern Cape, as well as here in Western Town. And the media coverage indicated strong voter encouragement from the various media houses that were reporting about elections. Yes, there was still a great concern about special votes and how some people are left behind and not informed about special voting in Section 24A. Yes, and then we stick to the recommendation of security measures as well as messages. Yeah, because a lot of people believe also because they couldn't access the official documentations like your ID ended up not being able to vote because they're probably not informed that Home Affairs is operating in the allowing people to come collect their ID so that they will be able to exercise the democratic right. So they thank you. So there was a lot of information there that has led to probably the lower turnout in the polls. But we remain as government communication along with the media as champions of information and the democratic process in the country. Thank you so much.
You can take a seat there for now, Matlingwa. Sibonge, thank you for that presentation. Before I open the floor for questions, can I ask you directly, what is the impact or necessity of having these ministries or MECs and the ministries now becoming so essentially the political heads have now become the face of the social media accounts of these ministries. What's the point of that? Why is that culture emerging and continuing?
It's mostly about brand identity. We can't shy away from the fact that people who recognize institutions are also based on the political institution. So we are not just being able to separate that because the information is not about just the politician. It can be separated, but it's just about brand awareness that we use politicians as the basis of the institution.
No, thank you for that serious response to it, Joe. No, thank you. I'll give you the mic. Any questions, direct engagement with the work of GCIS? Thank you so much. I appreciate that there are questions at the back for this round. 2, 3, and then maybe another one for now. One more hand at the back somewhere or on the sides. Cool. Well, let's take those 3 for now. And then we'll come back to Mrs. Nompilo for answers. Yeah. Hi. Oh no, I see you now. No, I'm joking.
Okay, for you in future purposes to prevent this thing of information systems to the community. I think the method of the grassroots organization can all participate in terms of engaging yourself with them. Even if you are all, you'll be able, like I said, but yeah, there's not happening in the community. And with this 2024 election, there was a lot of confusion. Let alone people will be so confused, especially the 3 months. Some people even ask you where to, how can I see the political candidates on the issue? Because was involved on one important stage, and it was like, yeah.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Ma. You can pass it on to your colleague on your right.
Thank you so much. For the on my side, I actually want to compare you with a lot of things. In the 5 years of stealing this education, but that was not strategic. Go, you will find new spaces, like for a lot of you. With the MLOT, it is an activation as is education for the control ICC, and they don't get to see ICC to be made education. I'm not sure what it is mandate that we gave to facilitate hazards of programs or but there were a lot of activations. But ICC, it is a mandate estimation. Actually, when the decision to go in place and related to communicate that. Number 2, in your decision to go in, I need to understand from your office now. Is someone how do you ensure that the others projects emanation in the informal areas as this does not lie out. 2029 is still moving the general elections. So when this information is still communicated, it's not lost. But at the moment, OIC is the element that we are community because of this information systems and data now engaging and but it is now that they should ensure the communication functions at the place we are to be guided as a society. If we can respond to that to make us a subject place, it is and lastly, you did mention about the information and activities that can be information advantage. You need to put about the interventions because they listen to their activities. So if about champions, or ambassadors, which will be formed, and to ensure to communicate such relevant information,
Thank you very much. It's interesting that we're looking as far as 2029, when 2026 is also going to be knocking at the door. We don't know, ISIS was shared, some things could change significantly and we don't know enough about it. Nomzane, from Happy Valley.
I know my question was moving forward, what is GPI is going to do to ensure that the gap will identified coming to 2029 or much now, but also in terms of section 4, which we're talking about. I think a lot of information or information that they treat to organize the way we voted. But when you think I vote, I think it's to vote and I said vote in the designated vote station. But when I get there, I see my information. What do I get when we vote from the that information about my was not made available to vote anything. If you get there and register there, like the information not there, what did you do? Which was already teaching people not having know. Even I see occasionally we all did what do you really do as a voter didn't know. And in fact, it was actually a form that they could have felt they could have been fully and they could have continued voting, which that information was not available. And I think another also thing is that laws change every time. And public participation is change. Before section 4, it was not know that public participation is happening. So how do we engage in public participation and how do you share the information? Look, there's a public participation happening here, coming when do we see the information? How do you send that information?
Cool. I think, thank you very much, brother. Before you answer that question, can I ask our previous speakers, Prof, well, Mr. Harbour. Mr. Harbour, jovial, as well as Nomshata. Because I think as we wrap up this session, some of the questions will cut across, and perhaps you can provide us some perspective as well as it relates to your specific area of expertise. You can start responding whilst our colleagues also move up as well. Some of the questions that you picked up to go directly to you. Yeah.
Thank you, Brian. I'll first respond to the question of IEC and their visibility during both education programs and education programs.
Yeah, go for it.
You are right. IEC was very visible. GCIS is doing a lot of community sensation programs. But I will also mention this, Jovian has alluded that there were threats on IEC institutions, particularly where I experienced a situation in Northern KZN where the week before the elections, we were sent to voter education program by IEC. But IEC could not go out. They could not even where IEC is ready because people were, I wouldn't say attacking them, but they were not receptive of information coming from IEC. So that's where GCIS came in, because we probably seen it as more neutral than IEC because people really get reception on IEC. So it's not that maybe the others is a part of the community engagements and education programs. There was a question about the legacy project. I think IEC, not just the state expected to have communication, but IEC throughout the year has voter democracy programs, particularly targeted schools in particular. So those young people that tend to probably listen to more than their peers could, engage in those spaces and have those young people champions of each other and information. So there's always, space where we can use young people with their peers to spread information to each other. And democracy is one of those spaces that IEC has used to have to sort of engage among people. I think there are many lessons that we as government communication and probably as IEC as well, because we learned, but we believe and we started as a for the next election. We focus on areas where we feel like that we lacked, particularly with the youth and information and registration and appearances. So we still going to be, finding new platforms of reaching people and ensuring that they are part of the conversation. Not just after the elections, but even during the period we had for another election.
Thank you very much. Prof. Mr. Harbour. Sorry. What's your analysis of the sort of professionalization of the media space? There was a lot of questions from our colleague who's just had to step out around the needing to set a benchmark for the quality of journalists that we have in the space, the quality of publications, the quality of media houses. To what extent does that go directly against the idea of free expression as per your campaign? There can be checks and balances, but how do you not limit the voices that are available and the plurality of opinions and views?
The key institution here is council. It seems to me that professional journalists describe this code of content as subjecting themselves to the system of these industry organizations. That separates journalists from an ordinary person, from a real person. You can go out and tweet whatever you want, but if you want to get people to believe and trust you, you need to be part of an accountability process. And what we set up, personal counsel will work on plain speech.
which have codes of conduct, which are reviewed every few years, but they set the stand for the critical issues of academics, ethics, and professionalism. So we don't want to stop anyone speaking unless they're breaking the law.
Yeah.
People must be free to speak out. It's only if they, for example, cross the line into hate speech or malicious disinformation that the law may come to it. But it's very important that I think, the press conference is not perfect, but it is the best mechanism to say, I accept the rules and therefore you trust us.
Thank you so much. Nomshado, from the work that MMA has done, how much of the credibility or the disdain that the media is facing, how much of it is self-inflicted? So to what extent is it reflective? Is the media reflective about its own positionality in the context of a democratic South Africa? And how do they craft and position themselves sort of to a contemporary time? Has the media changed the way it goes about and does its work? Or has it been responsive to the times that we live in? Or are they still sort of stuck somewhere, doing things as per, our grandfathers and grandmothers, your Helen Zinsmans and well, Helen Zils, she was a journalist at some point, apparently, supposedly, allegedly. So yeah, those sorts of things.
So I think as much as anyone would have loved to get back in that area, there was a forced push that happened because of, as I said, the way information has now broadened in terms of different dissemination mechanisms. And it prompted a lot of continuous reflections. Never mind on sustainability issues that I think it was raised around, subscriptions and all, which is one of the solutions that some media houses came about with in terms of being able to sustain themselves, which is just a whole different issue on its own. And then what also social media has done in digital media around broadly. It also brought about, the same space whereby they can also be held accountable by citizens themselves based on what they engage with, what they read. And I think it really goes back to the understanding that they've got a responsibility and also the role to adhere to. And I think the bodies that they mentioned are doing that job in that regard. The reflections mostly come about when, number one, credibility. I think even about a decade ago, started becoming an issue. There was a time where trust was at an all-time low, and this was not only media as an institution, but state was also, in terms of trust, was at a number of institutions. And this really does prompt, a sector to start looking at how do we position ourselves again to where we want to see ourselves. I mean, it was mentioned 30 years of democracy, also 30 years of freedom. And when we got veteran journalists who were there fighting for the various freedom that we have today, saying that the vision was that, not the vision, but what we're fighting for is the media is a reflection or mirror of society.
Yeah.
I think that will continuously echoes that. And the reality is that that very same reflection or mirror can be tainted by various things is something that obviously came to rise as the years going by. The importance of looking from now to onwards, I think is very important. There's a number of key things that the media is dealing with that is prompted to start looking at how will it operate within this digital media space that continues by the way to grow. I mean, we slept and woke up one day, there was ChatGPT that can write more articles, right?
Sometimes very poorly.
Very poorly, but continue to learn as well.
Yeah.
Reading it, right? And obviously there's another mechanism in that I won't go into today. But the reality is that we can sleep and wake up on this day and think new technology, new phenomenon, new agents related. How do we ensure that the media is able to adapt with the continuous changes and still maintain its position within our democracy? Because at the end of the day, we can't begin to compare when we're talking about the role of media.
Cool. You know, you speak about AI now. I was writing a report for Observer mission, and I got tired of typing out, and I used the voice to text thing. And I was concerned after that, will people think maybe AI wrote that for me? Because we don't know what sort of generative mechanisms, when you're assessing whether the work is of your own. Obviously, I didn't type that out manually, but the voice to text might be picked up as a problematic. So I don't know. I was just being a bit, you know, in the same way in which the IEC might have to be a bit more schizophrenic about its image. I am also concerned about how my work is received out there in the world. To yourself and Mr. Harbour, the issue of funding for media, a very important discussion. Paywalls are problematic because you limit, but at the same time, there's a crisis, as you mentioned earlier. Both of you mentioned the idea about publications having to shut down because there just isn't enough funding. But there's also a discussion about a demand aspect of it. But on the funding aspect, when you have so much of the non-mainstream media, particularly social media, placing an emphasis on asking questions about where money comes from, and the impact that money has on the type of publications and news that is put out there. Are there models that you're starting to think of, or at least are seeing, that makes sense for how to continue to fund the work of media and journalism in a way that doesn't impugn the credibility of those publications?
Yes, there's a rich debate going on how we sustain or grow new media, and funding now the traditional business model is dead and dying. And let me say this: wherever you get your money has its issues and problems. And that's why diversity is essential. Diversity is sources of money, the way to use outlets is, I think, the best. And ways of funding things that are arm's length from a funding source are obviously preferable. You know, you dismiss pay subscriptions, but it's part of the market. We're increasingly going to have to pay for active touchdown journalism. If it gives us value, you will be paid basically. So what I'm saying is there is one answer, but there are many instances. Advertisers will continue to be one element, but we're much smaller than the past. Philanthropy or support of wealthy individuals, foundations, has become a key element in certain kinds of journalism. And in fact, a lot of our media now depends on it. Some of our best media, some of our interestingly media support and philanthropy at the moment is more stable and more sustainable than commercial media. What an turnaround. But there's an increasing discussion about public funding in some form. What happened in Australia? I mean, there are countries like Scandinavia countries that are long Australia passed a law that forced the big tech companies to negotiate with publishers fair compensation with their users. And they did that. That's now being negotiated with these candidates following Europe. They did directly with publishers. What we're talking about here is a public signing fact setting a trust. Because it's felt that if an operation like Google, which opened the discussion, gives some money to local media, you need independent trust to make sure there's some, it's an arm's length from Google, and that's accepted. And also, this is really things you have to independent trust. You know, you negotiate with publishers for big publishers. Whereas if you have a public fund, then they can say, okay, we can send you or whatever, make sure there's complications, there's difficulties. There's talk also that the state must contribute to that fund. And there's a sense that the NGA has had enough money that has been managed. Maybe an independent fund
complement that necessarily. There's a lot of issues around this. And it's important that they should be perhaps if you start taxing the big platforms like making that should go.
Yeah, thank you very much. Do you have anything to add, Michelle? Okay, okay.
Just to add on the public funding part, and you know, as mentioned, that we mentioned one of the key points to one of the solutions. And a lot of conversations also from the public perspective have been around, you know, if I am paying for this, then this goes to the value as well. The finding value within finding value within what the content that the media house is bringing about. And I think part of that is really going back to as I think previously to understand that value aspect of it. And that supply and demand part of it when it comes to the value is quite key. The various institutions.
Thank you so much, Jovial. The IEC has a lot of work, or rather, the IEC is going to has been dealing with a lot of attacks on its integrity. Whose work is it going to be to repair the image of the IEC in the eyes of the public? Whilst maybe of no intention of your own, you've been thrown into the public space. You're a Chapter 9 institution, you hire and fire in certain ways, you are held publicly accountable in certain ways, but none of the information seems to be making it out there in the general discourse, even in the media. Whose work is it to educate about those very intricate elements, which might not be as interesting for the public to be engaged with?
No, thank you very much. I just wanted one sentence is what
Sure.
That is not media is a public. You know, and all of us are recognized that we see the dangers to support independent media. But to answer your point, you know, just to give you a sense, there were 14,000 elections. All of them were consistently 876. That means that there was in excess of 14,000 people who will be looking for any and all excuses, you know, when I was studying ICC at that time. You know, so the ICC is well aware that, you know, it's a long for people who are going to support and it is our duty, first and foremost, to represent the reputation of the institution and the good that are working the whole institution. But also to say that the vote education, others, and democracy, education programs. We don't end now because of the result of the elections. In fact, you know, there's elections practically we almost have by elections in this process alone, sometimes, you know, small state, you know, because it's a by-election, one vote is not to a lower standard, you know, so in the year, we have everything between with 1,000 elections that the ICC is managed. That's what happens between the national elections and the local government elections. And to help maintain protected organization, you know, is to have this continuous messaging out there that the ICC government, the ICC government is charging institutional organizations. And as someone who's quite new to the organization, I can tell you now that I've never seen so transparent at the ICC. if I'm speaking as a citizen of this country, how do I manage the organization that it's a matter of organization to be like and better?
Thank you very much. I think you guys must set up your own, sure, go for it. Go for it.
I do want to be my mama. That there were instances of people unhappy with the results. Who threatened violence on that. They were attacked on one particular commission. You're entitled to criticize anything, entitled to criticize. But someone went beyond that. And threats. I want to know why those people don't want to represent the same.
Very important question.
And when you cross that, I'm not saying that you shouldn't criticize. When you cross that line to threats of violence against a person or society, you should be arrested the same.
No, Jovial can answer. Who places the charge of? Is it the individual person who's impacted? Is it the institution that they work for? Or is it the SAPs meant to just go charge people?
Not stop the law enforcement agencies from acting where the law is violated. You know. And the last point that I really wanted to make is that you know media I'm just spoken about why we defend the responsibility of one and I think that institutions that are supported also deserve to be defended and protected. I'm not saying hide their wrongs and don't know what around, but you know, when people want to put down opinions, it's democracy. I think it's important.
Thank you very much. Younger?
Yeah, I just wanted to make a comment about threat culture that Anthony just brought up now, and how it's somewhat of a manifestation of cancel culture that stems from social media. And what Gogo said in our session with earlier on about how people hide behind tropes, and in the name of freedom of speech, say whatever they want to say without any consequence because they've kept it anonymous themselves. And I think because platforms that you guys have are intention to help with. But again, I think this speaks to this very difficult culture that media has to adapt to, where now people are going from a Twitter space that's online, where I'm sending you death threats, or I'm doxing you from afar, from behind the computer. You don't know my name, so it's there. To now all of a sudden being a physical manifestation and an actual threat in a person's life. And it's not just an issue that South Africa faces. It is democracy, where we can see with extremely MAGA accounts, particularly on the Truth platform. I mean, there was this AI generated photo of Joe Biden being dragged as this was like some Lynch mob, remember it was the 1960s. And then people heading out to the White House, literally dropping votes as a response back to that image. And so just an observation from my side, this dangerous culture that media is in now, of having to see how something was supposed to just say online is now quite literally a manifestation of our reality today. And as a result, it makes it difficult then to defend institutions like the IEC, because how do you defend it without you yourself then having those threats being directed towards you for standing up for a Chapter 9 institution? So I think those boundaries are very difficult to establish, especially if you know, on another level, having a government that people don't necessarily trust. I mean, we're speaking about now the fact that police and the army were deployed during this election season. But for a lot of people, the perception of that was, how can we even trust them? considering, kind of the past failures of the government of the state. And part of that is manipulated with the realities of the online social media. So that threat, violence, cancel culture line is very crucial. I think, I don't know.
Cool. You want to respond to that, Kunkan?
I just want to add how we have normalized online harassment and violence to a point where the sensitivity of it has been stripped completely away. It's been normalized to a point where you see terms such as we're going to burn the country down for certain political parties as well. We're going to march and mobilize to the streets. We've normalized these terms, but in reality, they're the most dangerous terms that actually lead to online violence transpiring. And I'm actually happy that and to echo the harassment and those posts, because they translated on different platforms in different ways. So you're moving from a Twitter, which is just more content and text, and you move to TikTok, where it was, pictures of burning tires and so forth. And the mere fact that it morphs different formats in different platforms, it's even more different and dangerous, rather, because it's taking a picture of normalizing violence in a country where we all know how a spark can really cause havoc. The July has showed us the role of social media in doing that. The harassment perspective is, if you strip away somebody's, and I say somebody because I'd like to just take a TikTok of imagining that either I see was an individual. If you're stripping away somebody's credibility, and you only pinpoint to one thing, the way we call it work on social media, you just use one person to start on it. And you're really going to start getting the network to follow. And what we saw there was, it started with one spot and it became a fire in between other fires at the time. And it was also normalized that we are used to seeing harassment online, so we shouldn't be blinking an eye, but we should be. So I just want to echo the sentiment of even bringing in officials. The idea of online violence, cybersecurity is also something that we need to start talking about in the future, that we understand how to deal with threats from an online perspective as much as we know how to deal with them from an offline perspective. If we're not even looking at from an official, SAP point of view.
Cool. Thank you. I'm going to take 2 or 3 more questions, but before I go there, Mamtunu, Uyanga just did it now about the state versus the government versus the party that's leading. There's a very important distinction that doesn't seem to be drawn adequately in our public discourse. Words are used interchangeably. As someone who works for government, regardless of who's in power, how are you using that messaging to becoming to increasing public awareness about the role of government in times when we don't necessarily have political leadership? How does that work continue to happen, at least in terms of the work that the administration itself is meant to be doing? How do you separate the administration versus the public-facing political leadership? And then there's a second part of that is, what are the internal regulatory demands on you as a government communicator on your partisan versus non-partisanship when communicating directly about government work, the work of government?
Thank you for the question. The work of government, whether assistance they are leaders, administrators, institutions. So our role as government communication is sort of assuring public that as much as all the policies contribution administration or the appointed position, the public is still government, or the public must also know that the functionality of operation of government is not just relying only on administration. So when we go out and engage with people, we engage from a non-biased perspective of government information or government position is not necessarily solely to political party or politician. It's really, there's a thin line where you're trying to ensure that people know that just because a certain political party is in government, it doesn't mean that now they are the government.
Sure. Yes, and then Jovial after you. Yes, please.
I think there needs to be some rules about government, about state funding. During elections and other times, how often do you see adverts with the biggest thing is the minister's face? Or the AEC's face? They did promote that. Shouldn't be state. There was a, you know, this MEC thing who got a lot of flack. A lot of flack about the money in NGOs that have come down and listening. Then I see this fake advert last week, defending her and praising what good work. Paying for by the products. I'm sorry, this is abuse of state.
All she can do is say, we hear you.
I think we cannot shy away the necessity to talk about institutions as a institution, as a representative of a government institution. So then they become campaigns and advertising and so forth, because then people probably identify with the department and understand and welcome the department because there's an institution giving the message. But I don't think it's necessarily an abuse of state funds. I say that because no, it's coming out against
it's Kendrick versus Grace all over again. No, we hear you. I think to saying I hear you would have been a better response. You can't defend all of government on your own.
No.
Yes, exactly. Leadership. Jovial?
I think it's important maybe to say two things that have not been into my responsibility but assessing of this conduct. I think it's important to have a clear separation between parties. So that the knowledge of the abuse that was talking about is very clear and that is something that happens. The second thing is when you look at the thread of what we've been talking about in relation to the message, this is what is on social media. This is big issue of the top of accountability. That talk of especially culture of lawlessness, people need to have a fear of something. That if you do something wrong, the consequences will be yours.
Yeah. Thank you so much. I think part of the lack of accountability or the lack of fear of accountability started with the 2021 July unrest. We still don't know the face of the people who are at the top of the incitement of that violence. We saw the people who perpetrated the violence being charged, but we didn't see the people who incited that violence necessarily being charged. And so it continued from that point, I think.
If you compare that with what happened in 2016
in the state.
The number of people who've been convicted at the same time, between 30 years, you get
Exactly. Because the scale was quite similar and probably even worse. Any other hands aside from Manzuza? Any other hands before we close it off for the day? Okay, just Manzuza. Great, cool. Thank you.
This one goes to John. Your personal say, do you perhaps think you've done enough adequately so to optimize the media freedom in repressing some of the misinformation, particularly in instances where some security material was found in spaces where they were not vetted or authorized warehouses? do you think if you had responded to such cases, we could have saved the integrity of ICC? Thank you.
What would you have, when you say responding, what does it mean? Like, would you have wanted charges to be laid or something the IEC to put out information about that?
IEC to sort of give maybe a media briefing why such information they remember their protocols and rules that was communicated to PLC members. But if any directors from the protocols, these steps that they need to engage and ensure that communities get interest on why such is happening. Because obviously there would have been valid reasons why it was made. But you choose not to respond. It's sort of lays that the PBA and the community to say, yeah, definitely. Looking at cases in particular, there was high compensation in terms of political parties. So if you
I'm not sure what this is going to be referring to.
I think the Hammersdale library incident. Sure.
All right, you know, let me say that, you know, the elections are being undertaken by the council. The only thing bigger than it's a world war. You know, that's how these things. And it requires military positions just in terms of organized, making sure that ballots are delivered in time, are delivered in time, and the right ballots are delivered to the right voting districts. It's a massive operation, you know. And what happened at the Hammersdale, for instance, you know, people, and I think for political systems, discovered a truck delivering ballots to the system point. These are political entities, and they had unauthorized access to that venue. And two pictures said, voting has begun. You know, the truth is that the ICC had paid in excess of $90 million for all the 23,000 voting stations across the country. Before May 29, the ballots had to get a central point, let's say around the KJB. You know, from there they get distributed to the different voting districts so that everything is ready for voting. That is something that needs to happen. They need to be transported from point 1 to point 2 in preparation of the election. This is something that what, you know, the IEC responded again, as I said earlier, maybe we should have responded quickly, but we did respond to point that you know, the ballots can't get from the premier to the voting districts by some sources. You know, they need to be transported trucks, etc. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think one of the things that people seem to be saying is the IEC must stop trying to be the bigger person in the room. They must, you must set up your own bot accounts and start leaking information to the public. You know, you have PLCs that the people sit on and they agree and you must disclose all of those minutes when they are there. Who was at the PLC meeting when you discussed it, this and that is going to happen? Why are they pretending like they don't know now in the public? No, God, what are you collecting, leader? Wait, for online people. Imam Nancy Mike. Sure.
Yes. To really correct.
What are we correcting?
What Gloria is saying, I think what the IEC made in existence. It's almost one insulting the integrity of the public. That is, the public can see that something is wrong, and only IEC who knows and IEC knows. That's the problem. Two, IEC at the PLC meeting. Unfortunately, let them transfer before and then contested elections. And country IEC committees, the IEC says the ballot will arrive the night before, they are going to stay at the high school. When we discover that they are not staying in the high school, they are secondary. Now that's a problem. The IEC goes and stores sensitive elements there in transports. And political entities who are just their own agenda. No. The IEC was the please. This election, the IEC didn't. The IEC didn't have a proper that really went to restore the executive of the IEC. The IEC now come and say, no, but people are in charge of our infrastructure. No. You in charge of all infrastructure. You didn't have proper system. You can't be restoring sensitive material of elections in terms of my friend. You can't be transporting.
Okay.
Wait.
No. When we're connecting each other, let's do it fairly. So which tuck shops are you talking about? Don't use tuck shops as a the way the ballots were discovered was the Hammersdale incident. Are there other ballots in Mag? Are there other ballots that you're aware of that were discovered in tuck shops? Which tuck shops are these? And give me significant mean.
In Wamakumulu, in Chakor, in Wamakumulu, there's videos. People are not making accusations against the IEC out of the sky. There are videos, right? We're not speaking about something I heard from my friend. We're here speaking about something that is in the video.
Okay.
So if the IEC says this is my effort with me, that is problematic.
No,
I don't like is the idea that says those people are out there, they know it all, we are all choosing them. It's problematic. It's inciting our intent on the things we see. So the things we see are wrong. When I say in one area, the result into the system, and the result and the same. Come on, as long as if this idea says how much is if we and we are being malicious when the evidence out there and I said done and this is what I'm saying the ICS done of time what the accusations that people are making are proved before but the ICS is doing no information no information. What is the correct information? And when we go to a dashboard, what is on the voting station, it's not the same.
Okay. So next week, we're also hosting a political forum. We're going to engage on some of these specific instances. And we hope that when you get the invitation, you'll RSVP. But not all of you, because some of you are just media. But we want, but what is important? What is important is that, and I hear you, Kobani, I hear your frustration, but what's also important is that when we talk, but I'm being serious here. When we address issues of this nature, we must try and be as specific as possible. To protect Jovial. Jovial is addressing an issue of Hammersdale specifically. But beyond that, I'm in agreement with Tobani in the sense that sometimes it appears dismissive in the way in which you engage some of because of the internal democratic processes that have to happen. You end up responding in a relative generality to some of the issues that come up because you're taking in multiple instances and you generalize about the instances that are being talked about in a way that seems dismissive to some people's genuine concerns about the quality of our elections. To close us off as a response directly to that.
So, what I wanted to say is that I was responding to a specific incident, and I thought that I should explain this logistical undertaking. But to Tobani's questions and concerns about customs and other matters, the NPLC exists for that specific reason. If there are concerns or evidence of any kind that needs to be addressed, it should be just followed, submitted in the proper channels, and it will be addressed. I have not heard But I think that if they are submitted to the right person, will get the proper attention of the commission.
Yeah, thank you very much. Hello, Taisha. Taisha, you're going to tell us thank you to everyone, and then of course, hopefully lunch is ready somewhere. And then we'll proceed. Thank you very much. A round of applause to our guest speakers, and then a round of applause to yourselves for your contributions.
Hi everyone, I know you're in a rush to get to lunch, so I'll make it quick. I'm Taisha Pillay. I am a political strategist, communication strategist at the Democracy Development Program. On behalf of the DDP, Ananda FM, and us, we would like to thank you all for joining us. The discussion is very insightful. As a political science student, I love the energy, I learned so much, I love the passion, and yeah, please follow us on social media. Please RSVP to the political summit happening next week. We would love this energy to be in the room again. So we hope to see you guys there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Lunch, colleagues, is being served at the touch-up that's downstairs, not the one that's second floor. The touch-up that's downstairs, guys. That's where you'll be having lunch. Travel well. We'll see you next week. Thank you very much. Please get a coupon from Suraksha at the door as you leave. That's your drinks. One. Thank you very much. Have a good one.
I do multiple. Thank you.